Looking back now, I can see how naive I was, how utterly unprepared for the kind of silence that doesn't just mean an absence of sound, but an absence of everything familiar. I was 22 that summer, fresh out of college, feeling invincible and convinced that a couple of years working for the state's geological survey would be a cool way to kill time before the real career started. I'd grown up in a small town, sure, but it was the kind of small town with a diner, a traffic light, and a decent internet connection. Wilderness was something you saw in documentaries, not something you hiked into alone. My assignment for the season was straightforward: map a newly designated wildlife corridor in the remote eastern foothills of the Cascade Range. It was sprawling, rugged land, mostly old-growth forest giving way to high meadows, and then further east, a vast, somewhat eerie expanse of high desert steppe. My specific focus was the transition zone, an area where the pines thinned out and the ground changed from rich soil to something drier, more volcanic. The official brief mentioned unusual geological stability in parts of the steppe, but it was just a throwaway line buried in a paragraph about soil composition. I barely registered it. I was stationed out of a small, practically abandoned ranger station, more of a shed with a leaky roof and a two-way radio that often crackled more than it communicated. My closest human contact was Ranger Miller, an old-timer whose face was more weathered than the rocks I was studying. He'd drive out once a week, drop off supplies, swap out my mapping data, and offer gruff advice like, "Don't go chasing any pretty rocks off trail, boy," or "If it feels wrong, it probably is." I'd nod, feeling a bit too young and eager to truly grasp the weight of his words. Most days it was just me and the land. I'd pack my heavy backpack with water, a compass, my GPS unit, which often struggled for signal out there, a basic first aid kit, and enough granola bars to feed a small army. My job involved a lot of hiking, meticulously charting elevations, rock formations, and soil types, sometimes spending hours hunched over a particular outcrop. It was quiet work, almost meditative, and for the first few weeks I genuinely loved it. The air was clean, the views were spectacular, and the only deadlines were the ones I set for myself. My biggest concern was usually remembering to turn off the radio before I left to save its limited battery. The specific section I was working on that late July was nicknamed the Flats by the few old maps that even bothered to name it. It was a wide, relatively flat basin, ringed by low, rolling hills, devoid of the dense pine forests that characterized the western half of my zone. Instead, it was covered in tough, pale grasses and scattered clumps of sagebrush, giving it an open, exposed feel. From a distance, it looked unremarkable, almost boring, especially compared to the dramatic peaks and deep canyons I'd spent weeks navigating. My usual routine involved parking my beat-up state truck at the designated trailhead, really just a wider spot in the dirt road, and hiking in about 2 miles to the day's survey area. On this particular morning, the sky was a perfect, cloudless blue, the kind that promises a hot afternoon. I remember thinking how lucky I was to have a job that got me outside, far from the stuffy offices my college friends were already complaining about. I had my headphones in, listening to some upbeat indie rock, probably ignoring the very first subtle shift in the air, the kind of shift a city kid like me wouldn't even notice. I just saw a beautiful day. I reached the edge of the flats by mid-morning. It was even flatter than I'd expected, stretching out for what felt like miles, the low hills on the far side shimmering faintly in the rising heat. The ground underfoot was different here, not the loose topsoil or rocky scree I was used to. It was a fine-grained, almost powdery earth, light tan in color, incredibly firm despite its dusty appearance. It felt dead somehow underneath my boots. Not fertile like forest soil, not crumbling like dry clay, but just inert. I took out my GPS unit, marked my position, and started my grid survey. I walked slowly, eyes mostly on the ground, scanning for changes, recording data on my handheld device. I was supposed to be looking for volcanic ash layers, signs of ancient lake beds, anything that would tell the story of how this land had formed. And for a while, it was just geology, just data points and measurements. The sun climbed higher, warming my shoulders, and the only sounds were my own footsteps and the distant buzz of an insect. Then I saw it, the first one. I was crossing a particularly featureless stretch, probably a good mile into the flats, when my eye caught something unnatural in the pale, dusty earth. It was a footprint, clear as day, pressed into the ground. My first thought was human. My second thought was impossible. I stopped dead, pulling out an earbud. The sudden silence was immediate and profound, a deep, ringing quiet that pressed in from all sides. No birdsong, no rustling leaves, there were no trees after all, just the faint whir of my own blood in my ears. The footprint was unmistakably a boot print, heavy-treaded, pointing roughly north, away from the direction I'd come. It looked fresh, too, the edges sharp and distinct, as if someone had walked through here only minutes before. But I hadn't seen anyone, not Miller, not a hiker, not a soul for weeks. This area was so remote, so far off any established trail, that even seasoned park rangers rarely ventured this deep without a specific reason. And the state park didn't allow recreational ATV use out here, so it wasn't a joyrider. I knelt down, my hand hovering over the print. It wasn't just clear, it was perfect. Every lug on the sole, every subtle curve of the arch was preserved with an almost photographic fidelity. It wasn't a deeply impressed print, suggesting a heavy person or soft ground, but rather a crisp outline on a surprisingly firm surface. It was as if someone had walked through wet cement that had then instantly dried, holding the impression forever. I frowned, pushing aside the small prickle of unease. Okay, maybe a hunter, though it wasn't hunting season. A rogue prospector. Unlikely, there wasn't anything of value out here. I looked around, scanning the wide, flat expanse. Nothing. Just the endless, pale expanse of the flats, shimmering under the high sun, ringed by the distant, hazy hills. I stood up, feeling a strange tightening in my chest. It was just a footprint, no big deal. Someone had been here, that was it. But Ranger Miller's words, the ones about if it feels wrong, echoed softly in my mind. I took a deep breath, trying to shake off the strange feeling. Must be the isolation getting to me, I told myself. It was just a mark in the dirt. I pulled out my phone, thinking of taking a picture, but then hesitated. Why? It wasn't geological data. It was just human. I started walking again, determined to ignore it, to focus on my actual job. My boots crunched softly on the peculiar, powdery earth, each step leaving its own perfect, crisp impression. But as I walked, I couldn't help but glance back over my shoulder, and that's when I saw it. Not just my own fresh print stretching behind me, but the first one, the mysterious boot print, still there, clear as day. And beside it, another and another, forming a distinct, straight line heading towards the north. They didn't seem to fade or blur, even as I put more distance between myself and them. They just remained. And that's when a different kind of silence settled over me, not just an absence of sound, but a feeling of profound, unsettling wrongness. My heart gave a little lurch. This was not right, not at all. My heart pounded a frantic rhythm against my ribs, each beat echoing the sudden, overwhelming urge to turn around. to sprint back to the truck, to the familiar, if likey, confines of the ranger station, to anything that made sense. But the prints pulled at me, a silent magnetic draw. They weren't just a curiosity anymore. They were a challenge, a question carved into the dust. Who, why, how? I hesitated for a long moment, the sun beating down, making the air shimmer above the pale ground. My internal debate was fierce. Ranger Miller's warning, sharp and clear, don't go chasing any pretty rocks off trail, boy. But also, if it feels wrong, it probably is. This felt wrong, profoundly wrong, but not knowing felt worse. The unknown was a gaping maw, and these prints were leading straight into it. My surveying grid, my duties, all of it evaporated. My professional curiosity, usually a calm, logical pursuit, had warped into something raw and instinctual. I had to know. I had to see where they led. I started walking again, slowly at first, then picking up a cautious pace, keeping a respectful distance from the prints themselves, following their unwavering path north. Each step I took felt heavier than the last, my boots crunching softly on the peculiar earth. It really was like nothing I'd ever encountered. It wasn't clay that hardened, or volcanic tuff, or even compacted sand. It had a strange, almost velvety texture if you looked closely, but it didn't give way like dust. It simply accepted the impression, then held it. The silence pressed in around me, thicker now, more oppressive. I strained my ears, hoping for the call of a hawk, the buzz of an insect, anything to break the unnerving quiet. Nothing. It was as if the land itself was holding its breath. The distant hills, once a hazy blue, now seemed closer, their slopes a muted brown and gray. The horizon felt tighter, the sky a vast, empty dome. As I walked, a new detail began to emerge, one that sent a fresh shiver down my spine. The prints weren't just uniformly clear, they were unnervingly consistent. Each one was perfectly spaced from the last, a steady, measured stride. There were no scuffs, no dragged heels, no variations in pressure that would indicate a change in gait. It was like a machine had made them, or someone walking with an impossible, inhuman precision. This wasn't a casual stroll. This was a direct, purposeful journey. I reached for my radio, then stopped. What would I say? Hey, Miller, I found some boot prints that are too perfect. He'd tell me to get back to work. Besides, the signal was notoriously bad out here, and the last thing I wanted was for the faint crackle to be the only sound for miles. I wanted silence, not a broken connection, if I were to hear anything else. My eyes darted from the prints to the horizon, then back again. I was deep enough now that my truck was a distant memory, swallowed by the wide expanse of the flats. A prickle of genuine fear started to bloom in my chest, a cold flower spreading its petals. This wasn't the kind of fear you got from a rattlesnake or a sudden rock slide. This was the fear of the unknown, of something fundamentally wrong with the world. The sun climbed higher, relentless. My water bottle felt lighter with every passing minute, but my throat was dry, not from thirst, but from anxiety. I forced myself to focus on the terrain. The ground stayed the same, that pale, firm, inert earth. But the subtle undulations, the very slight dips and rises, made it impossible to see too far ahead. The prints would disappear over a rise, and I'd quicken my pace, a bizarre mix of dread and compulsion driving me forward, desperate to confirm they were still there. And they always were. After what felt like an hour, maybe more, following this phantom path, the landscape began to change, subtly at first. The low, rolling hills that had ringed the flats now seemed to close in, forming a shallow, natural amphitheater. The pale grass grew sparser, giving way to more exposed patches of the strange, powdery earth. And then I saw it, a cluster of rock formations rising from the flat expanse, perhaps a quarter mile ahead. These weren't the smooth, wind-carved sandstone outcrops I was used to seeing in other desert areas. These were jagged, dark, almost obsidian-like monoliths, jutting abruptly from the ground. They looked alien, like broken teeth scattered across a giant's jaw. They cast long, sharp shadows that seemed to pool on the ground, absorbing the light rather than reflecting it. The boot prints led directly towards them. My steps faltered. Every instinct screamed at me to stop, to turn, to run. But the strange compulsion, the need to understand, was stronger. This was it. This was where the path ended, or where it began. As I drew closer, the silence deepened even further, if that were possible. It wasn't just quiet, it was a vacuum. I could almost feel my own eardrums pop from the pressure of it. The air around the dark monoliths felt colder, too, a distinct chill in the otherwise hot afternoon. When I finally reached the first of the formations, I stopped, breathing heavily, not just from the walk, but from the sheer weight of the atmosphere. The boot prints didn't go around the monoliths. They led between them, into a narrow, winding passage that formed a kind of natural labyrinth. The rocks themselves were smooth to the touch, despite their jagged appearance and incredibly dense. They felt cold, like ice, even under the direct sun, and they hummed. I stood there utterly still, pressing my ear against the cool surface of one of the smaller monoliths. A low, almost imperceptible vibration resonated through the rock, a deep, resonant hum that I could feel more than hear. It was a frequency so low, so constant, that it burrowed into my bones, a physical sensation rather than an auditory one. It was the sound of immense, contained power. My geological training kicked in, trying to make sense of it. Volcanic activity, tectonic stress, but there were no obvious signs of either. The ground was stable, the air still. This wasn't a natural hum. It was artificial, or, at the very least, generated by something I couldn't explain. I pulled out my GPS unit again. No signal. Of course, my radio, dead air. My phone, emergency calls only, no data, no maps, nothing. I was truly, utterly alone, surrounded by towering, humming black stones and a silence that pressed on my skull. Taking a shaky breath, I forced myself to follow the prints into the narrow passage. The air grew colder, the shadows longer. The sun, once high and bright, was now a distant disk above the towering rock walls, its light struggling to penetrate the gloom. The sense of isolation became crushing, a physical weight on my shoulders. The passage twisted and turned, each bend revealing more of the dark, humming rock. The floor was still that same peculiar, light-tan earth, and the boot prints marched steadily onward, unwavering, leading me deeper into the heart of this strange place. I kept glancing behind me, half expecting to see something emerging from the labyrinth's entrance. But there was nothing but the twisting shadows and the oppressive silence. Then, just as I was starting to think this was all some elaborate, natural formation, a trick of the light and my own overactive imagination, the passage widened into a small, circular clearing. And there, in the center, was something that stopped my heart cold. It wasn't a structure, not a tent, not a camp. It was a perfectly circular depression in the earth, perhaps 20 feet in diameter, as if a giant, impossibly precise scoop had been used to remove the topsoil. The sides of the depression were smooth, clean, and angled slightly inward, descending about 10 feet to a perfectly flat bottom. And in the center of that flat bottom stood a single, solitary object. It was about 5 feet tall, slender and conical, made of the same dark, humming material as the monoliths. It wasn't rough or natural looking. Its surface was impossibly smooth, almost polished, absorbing the ambient light. It pulsed faintly, not with light, but with that same deep, bone-vibrating hum I'd felt in the rocks. It was perfectly symmetrical, tapering to a sharp, almost needle-like point at the top. There were no seams, no rivets, no visible means of construction. It was just there. My mind reeled, grasping for explanations. A geological marker, some kind of weird art installation, a surveying beacon, but nothing fit, nothing made sense. The boot prints led right up to the edge of the circular depression, then stopped. They didn't go down into the pit. They didn't continue on the other side. They just ended, as if whoever had made them had simply ceased to exist at that precise point. I stood at the edge of the depression, peering down into it, the humming object at its center casting no shadow, absorbing all light. My breath hitched in my throat. This was no hunter, no prospector, no rogue hiker. This was something else entirely. The air around me grew even colder, a metallic tang on my tongue. The hum from the object pulsed stronger now, resonating through the soles of my boots, up my legs, into my very core. It felt like pressure, like a low, sustained note vibrating deep inside my skull. My eyes scanned the flat, dark bottom of the pit. The pale, powdery earth was gone, replaced by the same obsidian-like material as the monoliths, forming a perfectly smooth, dark floor. There was no dust, no debris, no signs of life, not even an insect. It was utterly sterile. I wanted to leave. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to turn and run, to scramble back through the twisting passages, back across the flats, to the truck, to the ranger station, to Miller, to anywhere safe and sane. But a morbid fascination, a terrible, desperate need to understand, held me rooted to the spot. I took a tentative step closer to the edge, my hand reaching out, almost unconsciously, towards the humming object. It radiated an intense, focused energy that felt almost tangible, a silent force pushing against me. The hum intensified, a low, guttural roar that only I could feel, vibrating through my chest. Then a faint shimmer appeared around the conical object. It wasn't light, not exactly. More like a distortion in the air, a rippling effect, as if the very fabric of space was being disturbed. It pulsed in time with the hum, expanding and contracting, a silent, invisible breath. My eyes were glued to it, a strange mix of terror and awe gripping me. My mind tried to categorize it, to label it, to make it something familiar, something explainable. But it resisted every attempt. It was wholly, utterly alien. As I stared, the shimmering distortion grew more pronounced. It began to take on a faint, translucent quality, like heat haze, but sharper, more defined. And within that haze, something else began to coalesce. It was faint at first, barely a shadow, an indistinct outline forming within the distortion. It was tall, impossibly slender, and utterly still. It had no discernible features, no head, no limbs, just a column of shimmering air that gradually solidified, taking on a more defined, darker hue. My blood ran cold. This wasn't some natural phenomenon. This was forming, manifesting. The hum reached a new peak, a vibrating crescendo that felt like my skull was going to crack. The air around me was thick with pressure, heavy and electric. My ears rang, a high-pitched whine now overlaying the deep hum. The form within the shimmer became clearer, more distinct. It was indeed impossibly tall, maybe 7 feet, maybe more, and thin as a reed. Its surface was dark, not black like the monoliths, but a deep, iridescent charcoal, shifting with subtle hints of violet and green in the faint light. It was smooth, unbroken, without a single joint or seam. It had no face, no eyes, no mouth, no indication of anything resembling a head. just a smooth, featureless surface that curved gently at the top. And then it moved. Not with a jerk, not with a shuffle, but with an eerie, flowing grace. It simply shifted. A section of its upper body, where a shoulder might be, stretched and elongated, forming a slender, articulated arm. Another section rippled, and a hand, long-fingered and delicate, but still featureless, materialized at the end of it. It was like watching a sculpture animate itself, but without the mechanics of muscle or bone. It was pure, controlled transformation. My heart hammered so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. My breath caught in my throat. Every fiber of my being was screaming, now in full, unadulterated panic. This was real. This was happening. The creature, for what else could it be, turned its featureless surface towards me slowly, deliberately. I felt a piercing sensation, not physically painful, but as if something was probing deep inside my mind, a silent, invasive touch. It wasn't looking at me with eyes, it was sensing me, perceiving me in a way I couldn't comprehend. The world around me seemed to blur, the edges of the monoliths softening, the distant hills dissolving into a vague wash of color. Only the creature and the humming cone at its base remained sharp, terrifyingly clear. Then a voice. It wasn't spoken aloud, not through the air. It was inside my head, a deep, resonant whisper that echoed through my very thoughts, clear as if I had spoken it myself, yet undeniably alien. "You intrude." The words weren't accusatory, not angry, not even particularly curious. They were just a statement, a simple, cold observation. But the sheer otherness of the voice, the fact that it was directly in my mind, sent a fresh wave of terror through me, paralyzing me. I wanted to scream, I wanted to run, but I couldn't move, couldn't make a sound. My muscles were locked, my breath held captive. I was a deer caught in headlights, utterly helpless. The creature's arm, that impossibly slender, articulated limb, slowly extended, pointing directly at me. No, not at me, but past me, towards the direction I had come, towards the entrance of the labyrinth of stone. The mental voice spoke again, softer this time, but with an underlying current that felt like immense, controlled power. "You do not belong here. You must leave." My mind raced, a torrent of frantic, jumbled thoughts. Who was this? What was it? What was this place? But the questions were drowned out by the primal instinct for survival. Leave. Run. The creature didn't move further, didn't make any threatening gesture beyond the pointing arm. It simply stood there, a silent, dark sentinel, its presence filling the entire clearing, crushing me with its alienness. The hum from the cone pulsed, a steady thrum that seemed to synchronize with my own frantic heartbeat. My legs finally unlocked, though they felt like jelly. My lungs remembered how to breathe, drawing in a ragged, desperate gulp of the cold, metallic air. I stumbled back, away from the edge of the pit, away from the creature, away from the humming cone. The mental voice didn't repeat itself. The creature didn't pursue. It simply remained, a still, dark figure, its single, elegant arm pointed towards my escape route. I turned and fled. My flight was a blur of primal terror. I didn't care about the prince anymore, didn't care about the peculiar earth, didn't care about the humming monoliths. All I cared about was putting as much distance as possible between myself and that clearing, that creature, that alien voice. I scrambled through the twisting passages, bumping against the cold, dark stone, my hands scraping against the smooth surface. The cold air clung to me, chilling me to the bone. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking threat. I imagined the creature right behind me, its silent, featureless form gliding through the labyrinth, its mental voice whispering in my ear. When I finally burst out of the rock formations and into the open expanse of the flats, the sunlight, though still bright, felt like a comforting blanket. I didn't stop. I ran blindly, fueled by pure adrenaline, across the pale, powdery earth. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I pushed myself harder, forcing one foot in front of the other. I didn't look back, I couldn't. The image of that dark, shifting form, that pointing arm, that voice in my head was burned into my mind. It was a terror so profound, so utterly outside my understanding, that it shattered my perception of reality. The silence of the flats, which had been so unnerving before, was now a welcome relief. No hum, no internal voice, just the pounding of my own feet and the ragged gasps of my breath. I ran until my chest felt like it was going to explode, until my vision blurred, until I could no longer feel my legs. Eventually I collapsed, gasping for air in a patch of pale grass miles from the dark monoliths. My body shook uncontrollably, a deep internal tremor that wouldn't subside. My face was streaked with sweat and dust, my eyes wide and bloodshot. I lay there for a long time, trying to regain control, trying to convince myself that it had been a hallucination, a heat-induced delirium, anything but real. But the memory was too vivid, too sharp, too deeply etched into my terrified mind. When I finally managed to push myself up, my legs still trembling, I looked back towards the distant, hazy outline of the rock formations. They were just dark shapes on the horizon, inscrutable, silent, seemingly inert. The sun was beginning its slow descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. But I knew what was there, and the knowledge was a poison in my veins. My truck, I needed to get to my truck. That was my only thought. Just get to the truck, get to the ranger station, get to Miller. He had to know. He had to have some explanation, some understanding, or at least he would believe me, wouldn't he? I started walking again, a slow, shambling pace, my body exhausted, my mind numb with shock. Every rustle of the sparse grass, every faint whisper of the wind made me jump. The vast, open expanse of the flats, once so boring, now felt like a dangerous, exposed corridor. I was no longer observing the geology. I was no longer charting anything. My only goal was escape. As I walked, the shadows lengthened, stretching across the dusty plain. The air grew cooler, but the chill that ran through my veins had nothing to do with the setting sun. I kept my eyes fixed on the distant point where I remembered leaving the truck. The road, the path, the way out. It seemed impossibly far away. The sky, once a brilliant, friendly blue, was now deepening into a bruise-like purple, the stars beginning to prick through like sharp needles. The true, absolute darkness of the remote wilderness was starting to descend, and with it a fresh wave of vulnerability. I was miles from my vehicle, miles from any human contact, and the thing I had seen, the thing that had spoken inside my head, was out there, behind me, in that silent, humming pit. My pace quickened, driven by the encroaching night and the renewed surge of fear. The pale earth underfoot seemed to whisper, to echo the silent strides of the creature's path, a path that had led me to the edge of an abyss. I reached a small, familiar landmark, a strangely shaped juniper bush, that told me I was about halfway to the truck. A small surge of relief, quickly extinguished by the overwhelming dread. It was still a long walk, and the night was coming. The first hint of true darkness had fallen, blurring the horizon, making the landscape indistinct. My flashlight was in my pack, but I was reluctant to use it, to draw attention to myself. I preferred the shifting, uncertain twilight to a harsh beam that would only illuminate my vulnerability. I pushed on, my mind replaying the creature's silent command. You must leave. It was an order, not a request, and I was obeying with every terrified step. What would happen if I didn't? The thought made my stomach clench. As the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, painting the western sky in fiery streaks, I heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible sound, carried on the evening breeze. It was the hum. Not the intense, bone-vibrating roar I had felt near the monoliths, but a soft, distant thrum, a low, resonant note that seemed to emanate from the very ground beneath my feet. It was faint, almost imagined, but undeniably present. It was coming from the direction of the monoliths. My blood ran cold again. It wasn't contained within the pit. It wasn't static. It was spreading. Panic flared sharp and hot. It meant it was active. It meant whatever it wasn't just sitting in that hole. My legs pumped harder, a desperate, frantic run. The hum, distant as it was, seemed to keep pace with me, a subtle, omnipresent reminder. I ran until my lungs burned, until I thought I would collapse again. The darkness was almost complete now, the stars popping out in their thousands, a cold, indifferent witness to my terror. The ground was barely visible under my feet, forcing me to slow down, to pick my way carefully, even as every instinct screamed to move faster. Then, just as I was about to give up hope, I saw it. The faint, almost invisible outline of the dirt road, a slightly darker ribbon against the pale earth, and beyond it, barely a silhouette, the familiar shape of my beat-up state truck. A sob of relief tore from my throat. Sanctuary, escape. I stumbled onto the road, my legs giving out a little, and half-walked, half-crawled the last few yards to the driver's side door. My hands fumbled with the keys, shaking so badly I dropped them twice. Finally, the satisfying clunk of the lock disengaging. I yanked the door open and practically fell into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut behind me as if the thin metal shell could somehow protect me. I jammed the key into the ignition, my breath coming in ragged gasps. "Turn over, you bastard, turn over." The engine coughed, sputtered, then caught, roaring to life. The sound was deafening in the sudden quiet of the truck's interior, a beautiful, comforting symphony of gasoline and steel. I slammed it into reverse, spun the wheel, and floored the accelerator, sending dust and gravel flying. I didn't care about the road. I didn't care about anything but distance. I drove like a madman, the old truck rattling and protesting, bumping over the uneven terrain, my headlights cutting a frantic swathe through the inky blackness. The hum was still there, a phantom vibration in the back of my mind, a subtle pressure, but it seemed to recede with every mile I put behind me, or maybe it was just my desperate hope. I drove for what felt like hours, even though it was probably less than 30 minutes, until I saw the first distant light of the ranger station, a tiny, flickering beacon in the vast wilderness. Never had a leaky shed seemed so inviting, so safe. I pulled up to the station, skidding to a halt, the engine dying with a shudder. I jumped out, leaving the door open, and practically sprinted to the front door, fumbling for my own key, then slamming it open. Inside, the single bulb hanging from the ceiling flickered weakly, casting long, dancing shadows. The air was stale, musty, but it was my stale, musty air. I leaned against the door, heart pounding, trying to catch my breath. I was safe. I was back. But as I stood there, trembling, the faint, persistent hum started again, deep in my bones. a low, guttural vibration that filled the small cabin. And then, just as before, the mental voice. But this time, it wasn't a whisper, it was a roar. You are not safe, you are not free. This land is ours. It wasn't a threat, it was a declaration, a promise, and it was followed by a chilling, profound silence. A silence that no longer meant an absence of sound, but an absence of hope, the silence of absolute control. I was shivering uncontrollably, my teeth chattering. It knew where I was, it had followed me. The declaration hung in the stale air of the ranger station, a psychic echo that vibrated not just in my bones, but in the very fabric of my sanity. You are not safe, you are not free, this land is ours. The silence that followed was a physical entity, pressing in, heavy and absolute, replacing the familiar hum with a terrifying emptiness. I stood there, leaning against the door, shivering, my mind a tangled mess of disbelief and raw terror. It knew where I was. It had followed me, somehow, across miles of desolate land. My hand flew to my mouth, stifling a whimper. The single, weak bulb above flickered, making the shadows dance like malevolent spirits. Every creak of the old wooden cabin, every whisper of wind outside became a potential threat. My eyes darted around the small, cluttered room, the worn desk, the stack of dusty maps, the ancient two-way radio. Nothing felt safe. Nowhere felt safe. I forced myself to move, stumbling towards the radio, my only link to the outside world, to another human being. My fingers trembled as they reached for the knob. "Miller," I croaked, my voice raw, barely a whisper. "Miller, do you read?" Only static answered. The dead air was a punch to the gut. The silence pressed back in, amplifying the crushing weight of my isolation. The creature's voice, cold and authoritative, resonated in my head again, not as new words, but as a chilling replay. You are not safe. You are not free. This land is ours. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed at my throat. I had to get out. I had to tell someone. But who and how? My truck was just outside, but driving away felt less like escape and more like blindly fleeing into an even larger, more encompassing trap. This wasn't just a physical threat. It was something that could reach into my mind. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the corner of the cabin, an old hunting rifle Miller kept for emergencies clutched tight in my hands. It felt pathetic, useless, against a being that could manifest from shimmering air and speak without a mouth. My eyes were glued to the single window, a small, grimy pane of glass that offered only a distorted view of the deepening night. Each shadow outside seemed to shift, to coalesce, to take on the impossible, slender form of the creature. Every sound was magnified, the wind whistling through cracks in the wall, a branch scraping against the roof, the frantic beating of my own heart. Sleep was an impossibility. My mind replayed the scene in the clearing, the shimmering air, the forming creature, the alien grace of its movement, the piercing, unseen gaze, and the mental voice. It wasn't a dream. It was too real, too visceral. The metallic tang, the cold air, the hum in my bones, they were all branded into my senses. When the first gray light of dawn finally touched the eastern sky, painting the world in muted, uncertain tones, I felt a slight easing of the suffocating terror. The dark, shifting shapes outside resolved back into familiar trees and bushes. The cabin, though still musty and small, felt less like a tomb. But the mental message lingered, a cold dread coiled in my gut. I crept to the window, peering out. The world was waking up, but it felt wrong. The usual morning chorus of birds was absent. The air was unnaturally still, the quiet profound, even for this remote location. It was the same silence I had felt in the flats, now extending to my doorstep. My stomach growled, a jarringly mundane sound in the terrifying quiet. I hadn't eaten since yesterday morning. I stumbled to the small pantry, grabbing a granola bar and a bottle of water. The food tasted like ash, the water like metal. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that I couldn't stay here, and I couldn't just leave without telling someone. Miller was my best, my only hope. If anyone could grasp the impossibility of what I'd seen, it was the old ranger who had lived on the fringes of the known world for decades. He'd seen things, hinted at things in his gruff warnings. My hand still shook as I attempted the radio again. Ranger Miller, this is Surveyor Ben Carter. Do you read? Urgent. Over. A burst of static, then a crackle, almost making me jump out of my skin. Carter, what's going on? You're coming in weak. You sound like you've seen a ghost. Over. Miller's voice, rough and familiar, was the most comforting sound I had ever heard. Miller, it's worse than a ghost. I need you to come. Now, to the station. I found something impossible. Over. My words tumbled out, breathless, jumbled. A pause, more static. Impossible, huh? Son, you know how far I am. What's so impossible? Did you go chasing pretty rocks again? Over. There was a hint of gruff amusement, but also an edge of concern. No, Miller, not rocks, something alive, and not human. It spoke to me, in my head, over. The admission felt absurd, even to my own ears. Another longer pause. The static seemed to pulse. In your head, you say, you've been out in the sun too long, boy, over. His voice was laced with skepticism now, but still, he didn't dismiss me outright. No, I swear, Miller, it's real. Dark monoliths, a hum, a conical object, and then it formed. In a circular depression. The boot prints led right to it. It told me to leave. And then when I got back here, it told me I wasn't safe. Over. I rushed the words, desperate to convey the urgency, the terror. Miller sighed, a weary sound even through the crackling radio. Boot prints, hums, voices in your head. That's quite a story, Carter. Look, I'm about 3 hours out doing my rounds further north. I can swing by later this afternoon. Stay put. Don't go wandering. Keep that radio on. And maybe lay off the MREs for a bit. Over. 3 hours, 3 more hours alone. The thought was unbearable, but I had no choice. Understood, Miller, just please hurry and bring something, anything, I don't know, over. Something for what exactly? Miller asked, a note of deep suspicion now. Over. Protection against whatever this is. Over. A final, exasperated sigh. I'll bring my hunting rifle, same as yours, and a flask of something stronger than water. Just sit tight. Over and out. The radio clicked off, leaving me once again in the oppressive silence. I sat at the rickety table, staring at the dead radio, the words echoing in my mind. 3 hours. It felt like an eternity. The hum was gone, or perhaps I had simply become accustomed to its low, persistent thrum. But the pervasive silence, the absence of natural sounds, was a constant, unnerving reminder. I spent the next few hours pacing, checking the windows, jumping at every shadow. My mind replayed the events of the previous day, trying to find a logical explanation. A hallucination, a rare geological phenomenon creating an acoustic effect, a sophisticated prank by some survivalist group. Each rationalization crumbled under the weight of the creature's undeniable presence, its silent voice in my head. My professional curiosity, the very thing that had led me into this nightmare, was now a source of torment. I needed to understand, but a deeper, more primal part of me screamed to run, to forget, to never look back. Around noon, a new sound cut through the oppressive quiet. A distant drone growing steadily louder. It was Miller's truck, a familiar diesel rumble that brought a surge of relief so profound it nearly buckled my knees. He was early, or I had lost track of time. I practically threw myself out the door, running towards the approaching plume of dust on the dirt track. Miller's battered pickup, looking like a desert warrior with its faded paint and oversized tires, finally pulled into the clearing in front of the station. He killed the engine, and the sudden silence felt even heavier. Miller stepped out, a grizzled sentinel against the vast, empty landscape. He was wearing his usual faded denim, a wide-brimmed hat, and the familiar, weathered expression. But in his hands, instead of his usual coffee mug, was a pump-action shotgun, and slung over his shoulder, a rifle. My heart gave a little lurch. He had taken me seriously, at least somewhat. "All right, Carter," he said, his voice flat, his eyes scanning the surrounding trees. "Spill it, every detail, and it better be good." He didn't offer a handshake, didn't even look directly at me, his gaze constantly sweeping the horizon. The caution in his posture was palpable. I started talking, my words spilling out in a torrent, recounting every detail. The unnervingly perfect boot prints, the unnerving consistency, the journey across the flats, the dark humming monoliths, the labyrinth, the circular depression, the conical object, the shimmering distortion, the creature's formation, its silent, probing gaze, the mental voice, its command to leave, my desperate flight, and finally, the declaration inside the ranger station. Miller listened, his face grim, eyes fixed on some distant point. He didn't interrupt, didn't scoff, didn't even blink. He just listened, occasionally shifting the weight of the shotgun. When I finally finished, breathless, trembling, the only sound was the faint whistle of wind around the cabin. Miller was silent for a long moment, his gaze still sweeping the horizon, then the nearby trees, then the cabin itself. "Right," he said finally, his voice low and tight. "Boot prints that don't fade, rocks that hum, are a thing that forms out of thin air and talks in your head, and it followed you here." He turned finally, his eyes locking onto mine. They were old eyes, but they were sharp, and now they were filled with a grim understanding that went beyond mere skepticism. "You're not joking, are you, boy?" "No," I choked out. "I've never been more serious in my life." He nodded slowly, a deep frown etched into his face. "Thought so, you're scared shitless. And I haven't seen you look like that since you found that hibernating grizzly in your tent flap last spring." He paused then. "So, the hum, you feel it now." I closed my eyes, concentrating. "No," I admitted. "Not the intense one, just the quiet, the absence. But the voice, it's like it's still in my head, echoing." Miller grunted. "Yeah, I can believe that. Something like this, it sticks with you. So what do you want to do, Carter? We can try the radio again, maybe get a stronger signal further out. Call it in. Tell them what you saw." He looked at me, a challenge in his eyes. I shook my head vigorously. "They won't believe me. They'll think I'm crazy, a heat stroke victim. They'll send me home, but it'll still be out there, Miller. And it said, this land is ours. What if it spreads? What if it's more than just one?" Miller looked away towards the flats, a distant, hazy expanse under the midday sun. "That's the $64,000 question, isn't it? What it is and what it wants, and why now?" He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "You said the state brief mentioned unusual geological stability in parts of the steppe. Throwaway line, you said." "Yeah," I confirmed, a sudden jolt of unease. Buried in a paragraph about soil composition. I barely registered it. "Well, you registered it now," Miller said, a grim smile playing on his lips. "Sounds like someone knew something was out there or suspected it. Didn't want to cause a panic, or didn't want anyone looking too closely." He paused, then his eyes narrowed. "You sure you're okay, kid? I mean, you look like you haven't slept in a week." "I'm fine," I lied, my voice tight. "Just terrified." Right, good. Fear keeps you alive. Stupidity gets you eaten by bears or worse. He patted the shotgun. So, what's the plan then? We going to sit here and wait for it to knock on the door, or are we going to see what we're dealing with? My heart hammered. He wasn't suggesting we just abandon it. He was suggesting we go back. You want to go back there? I asked, aghast. Miller met my gaze, his old eyes hard. You said it followed you, said you weren't safe, said this land is ours. That sounds like a threat, Carter, and I don't take kindly to threats on my land or to my people, even if that person is a college kid who thinks he knows everything. He gestured to the surrounding wilderness. This ain't just state land, boy. It's been my home for 40 years, and if there's something out there making claims, I want to know what it is. He took a flask from his pocket, unscrewed the cap, and took a long swig. He offered it to me. I hesitated, then took a cautious sip. The burning liquid cut through the metallic taste in my mouth, giving me a much-needed jolt. Okay, I said, handing the flask back, a strange resolve hardening my fear. Okay, we go back, but how? What do we do? We observe, Miller said, slinging his rifle and chambering around in the shotgun with a practiced clack. We don't engage. We try to understand. And if it moves, if it looks at us funny, if it even thinks about whispering in our heads, we make sure it knows we're not just some random surveyor. Understood. I nodded, swallowing hard. The sheer absurdity of two men, armed with hunting rifles, going to confront an alien entity that could manifest from shimmering air, was not lost on me. But Miller's quiet determination, his pragmatic acceptance of the impossible, was strangely reassuring. We packed the truck, more water, more food, extra batteries for the radio, though we both knew it was probably useless out there. Binoculars, a compass, and Miller's old, tattered topographical maps, which he swore were more reliable than any GPS unit. He even brought a small, battered metal box filled with various geological tools, just in case, he said, we find anything that looks like it belongs in a museum, or a lab, or on another planet. As we drove, the silence deepened around us. The familiar rumble of the truck's engine was the only sound. Miller kept his eyes peeled, constantly scanning the horizon, the rearview mirror, the sky. I, too, felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability, an exposed target driving across an unseen, hostile landscape. The air grew heavy, thick with unspoken tension. The sun beat down, turning the pale earth into a shimmering expanse. It was exactly like the day before, yet profoundly different. The world had irrevocably shifted. We reached the trailhead, the wide spot in the dirt road where I'd left my truck the previous day. This time, we parked Miller's truck, strategically positioning it for a quick escape, nose pointed back towards the ranger station. All right, Carter, Miller said, stepping out, shotgun held loosely at his side. Show me the way. As we started walking, the familiar crunch of our boots on the peculiar, powdery earth was the only sound. I pointed out the general direction I had taken, towards the distant, low hills that ringed the flats. The pale, inert ground stretched out before us, seemingly endless. You still feel that hum? Miller asked, his voice low, almost a whisper. I concentrated but shook my head. No, just the quiet, it's too quiet. He grunted in agreement. Yeah, too quiet, even for out here. No birds, no insects, nothing. He pulled out a small, handheld wind meter. It registered 0. Not even a breeze, that's not right. We walked in silence for a long time, following the path I had forged yesterday, though the boot prints I had been following were no longer visible. The ground was that same uncanny, firm, dust-like substance. It felt like walking on an endless canvas of perfectly smooth, tan-colored sand that refused to ripple or shift. After about 40 minutes, I saw them. The dark, jagged monoliths rising abruptly from the flat expanse, looking even more menacing in the clear afternoon light. They still looked like broken teeth, alien and out of place. "There," I said, my voice barely audible. My heart began to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. Miller brought his binoculars to his eyes, scanning the formations. He was silent for a long minute, his brow furrowed. "Well, I'll be damned," he muttered, more to himself than to me. "Never seen anything like it, not around here, or anywhere for that matter. Volcanic, you think?" "They don't look volcanic," I replied, trying to sound professional despite the knot of fear in my stomach. "Too smooth, too dark, and they hummed." Miller. I could feel it in my bones. He lowered the binoculars. "Right, the hum, let's see about that." He gestured for me to lead the way. As we drew closer, the silence deepened further, pressing in on us, heavy and absolute. The air grew colder, a distinct chill in the late afternoon sun. My breath hitched in my throat. I remembered this feeling. "Feel that?" Miller whispered, his eyes narrowing. "The cold, it's not natural. And yeah, I think I feel it too, a vibration, low, too low for sound." He looked at me, a newfound grimness in his eyes. "It's real, isn't it, boy? Every damn bit of it." I just nodded, unable to speak. We reached the first of the monoliths. They were just as I remembered, impossibly smooth, dense, and radiating a profound cold. Miller pressed his hand against one of them, then quickly pulled it back, cold as ice. "How in the blazes?" he trailed off, his eyes scanning the surface. "No moss, no lichen, nothing grows on these things." He put his ear against the stone just as I had. His eyes widened slightly. "You're right, it's humming, like a giant tuning fork buried deep in the earth." He pulled out a small, battered device from his kit, something that looked like a geophone. He pressed it against the rock. The needle on the small dial jumped erratically, then settled on a low, continuous frequency. "Well, I'll be damned," he repeated, his voice barely a whisper. "Never seen a natural formation do that, not without some serious seismic activity, and we've got none." He glanced at me. "So, where's the grand entrance to this alien party?" I pointed to the narrow passage between the monoliths. "Through there, it twists and turns." Miller nodded, taking the lead, shotgun held ready, rifle slung. We moved cautiously, our footsteps muffled by the peculiar earth. The passage was dark, the shadows long and deep, even in the afternoon sun. The air grew colder, the hum intensified, burrowing into my bones, a physical pressure. Each turn revealed more of the dark, humming rock. My heart pounded with a mixture of dread and morbid fascination. Miller, despite his age, moved with a quiet competence, his eyes constantly sweeping, his senses on high alert. Then the passage widened, the circular clearing. And there it was, the perfectly circular depression in the earth, perhaps 20 feet in diameter, its smooth, inward-sloping sides descending about 10 feet to a perfectly flat, dark bottom. And in the center, the conical object, about 5 feet tall, impossibly smooth, absorbing the light and pulsing faintly with that deep, bone-vibrating hum. We stopped dead at the edge, just as I had the day before. Miller let out a low whistle, a sound of profound awe and disbelief. "Holy hell, Carter, what is that thing?" He kept his voice low, but it still felt like a shout in the profound silence of the clearing. The air around the conical object shimmered faintly, a distortion that wasn't quite visible, but was undeniably there. "That's it," I whispered, pointing a trembling finger. That's what it came from, the shimmer. It formed from that, tall, featureless, dark. Miller lifted his binoculars again, focusing them on the cone, then on the flat, dark bottom of the pit. No tracks down there. No way in, no way out unless you jump, and nothing grows on the floor, it's sterile. He lowered the binoculars, his face grim. So it just appeared from nothing. From the shimmer, I corrected, like the air itself was condensing. Miller nodded slowly, his gaze fixed on the conical object. And it spoke to you, in your head. What exactly did it say? I recounted the words again, the chill declaration. You intrude. Then you do not belong here, you must leave. And then at the station, you are not safe, you are not free. This land is ours. Miller's face hardened, a declaration of ownership, like it owns this land and everything on it. He took a step closer to the edge, then stopped, his eyes fixed on the shimmering distortion around the cone. So if we wait long enough, it just comes back out. The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I don't know. It probably knows we're here already. It felt me yesterday. It sensed me. As if on cue, the hum intensified, a low, guttural roar that vibrated through the ground, up our legs, into our very cores. The shimmer around the conical object grew more pronounced, rippling, expanding, taking on a translucent quality, like heat haze, but sharper, more defined. Miller instinctively raised his shotgun, pointing it steadily at the shimmering air. His face was a mask of grim determination, but I could see the subtle tension in his jaw, the slight tremor in his hands. He was old, but he was ready. "Stay back, Carter," he murmured, his voice tight. "Whatever this is, it's not natural, and it's not friendly." Within the haze, something began to coalesce. Faint at first, then growing clearer, the indistinct outline forming within the distortion. Tall, impossibly slender, a column of shimmering air that gradually solidified, taking on a more defined, darker hue. My breath caught in my throat. It was happening again, the sheer, impossible reality of it. The hum reached a new peak, a vibrating crescendo that filled the clearing. The air was thick with pressure, heavy and electric. My ears rang, a high-pitched whine overlaying the deep hum. The form became clearer, more distinct. It was indeed impossibly tall, maybe 7 feet, maybe more, and thin as a reed. Its surface was dark, iridescent charcoal, shifting with subtle hints of violet and green in the filtered light. Smooth, unbroken, without a single joint or seam. No face, no eyes, no mouth. Just a smooth, featureless surface curving gently at the top. And then it moved, just as before, with an eerie, flowing grace. A section of its upper body stretched and elongated, forming a slender, articulated arm. Another section rippled, and a hand, long-fingered and delicate, materialized. It turned its featureless surface towards us, slowly, deliberately. I felt the piercing sensation again, the silent, invasive probe deep inside my mind. It was sensing us, perceiving us. And then the voice, inside both our heads now, I was sure of it. "You return, this is ill-advised." The words were cold, devoid of emotion, a statement of fact, a warning. Miller didn't flinch, his shotgun remained steady. His voice when he spoke was surprisingly calm though strained. "Who are you? What is this place? And why do you claim this land?" He didn't shout, didn't challenge. He spoke with the quiet authority of a man who owned his ground. The creature's arm, that impossibly slender limb, slowly extended, pointing at Miller. The mental voice returned, with an underlying current that felt like immense, controlled power, a subtle hint of immense force behind the calm words. We are the custodians. This place is a gateway. This land is consecrated. Our domain, you are trespassers. Your presence defiles. Defiles, Miller scoffed, though his voice wavered slightly. We're just surveying, mapping, we mean no harm. Ignorance does not absolve intrusion, the voice resonated. Your technology, your presence, it interferes, it disturbs the resonance. Its arm shifted, pointing now to the conical object. This is a node, a nexus, critical to our function. Your continued proximity is intolerable. The air around us grew even colder, a metallic tang on my tongue. The hum from the object pulsed stronger, resonating through our boots, up our legs, into our very cores. It felt like pressure, like a low, sustained note vibrating deep inside our skulls. Miller's grip on the shotgun tightened. So what do you propose, custodian? You just want us to leave, forever. You will leave this consecrated zone. You will cease your mapping. You will forget what you have seen. The creature's voice was utterly devoid of malice, but the absolute authority, the unspoken threat behind the words was terrifying. It wasn't a warning, it was an instruction. Forget, I blurted out, unable to stop myself. How do you expect us to forget this? The creature turned its featureless surface towards me. I felt the mental probe again, deeper this time. A cold, clinical examination of my memories, my thoughts, my very being. The intensity of it made my head ache. Your species is resilient to suggestion, primitive, but adaptable. Such an erasure would be inefficient, wasteful. Instead, you will be redirected, repurposed. Miller moved a sudden, swift motion. What do you mean, repurposed? You're not laying a finger on him or me, you hear me. This is our land now, and you're the one intruding on our peace. He fired the shotgun. The blast was deafening in the enclosed clearing, an explosive roar that shattered the unnatural silence. The shot hit the creature squarely in what would be its chest, if it had one. But there was no impact, no sound of flesh tearing, no visible effect. The creature didn't even flinch. The pellets, instead of hitting it, seemed to simply vanish into the shimmering distortion around its form, absorbed, dissolved, utterly negated. The creature's arm, which had been pointing at Miller, slowly dropped. Its featureless surface tilted, as if in mild curiosity, or perhaps disappointment. The hum in the air intensified, vibrating with a new, subtle, almost electrical energy. Then the mental voice, no longer calm, no longer a warning. Now it was a roar, a psychic scream that tore through our minds, obliterating all other thought. Violation, aggression unprovoked, sanctity compromised, punishment is mandatory. The clearing erupted. The dark monoliths around us began to hum with an unbearable intensity, a deep, resonating roar that vibrated through the very ground. The air crackled, sparks dancing from the jagged edges of the black stone. The conical object in the pit pulsed with a blinding, violet light, a silent beacon of immense, contained power. The creature shimmered, its dark form rippling, elongating. Its impossibly slender arm, the one that had just absorbed Miller's shotgun blast, shot out towards him with impossible speed, not to strike but to touch. A wave of pure, unadulterated terror washed over me, stronger than anything I'd felt before. I saw Miller, his face contorted in a silent scream, his body suddenly rigid, frozen in place. The shotgun clattered to the ground, useless. His eyes were wide, staring, filled with a primal horror, but unseeing. He was still upright, but he was no longer there. His essence, his consciousness, his very life seemed to have been violently ripped from his body. The creature did not retract its arm. It simply held Miller, suspended, his body stiff like a mannequin. The shimmer around the creature intensified, and then a faint, almost translucent outline of Miller began to form within the distortion, beside the original creature, but smaller, indistinct, like a phantom. It was like watching a mirror image being created, but from stolen energy, stolen life. Miller, I screamed, my voice raw, breaking the silence that had followed the creature's mental roar. I scrambled back, away from the edge of the pit, away from the creature, away from the horrifying spectacle of Miller's frozen body. The creature's featureless surface turned towards me again. Its remaining arm, the one that hadn't touched Miller, slowly extended, pointing directly at me. The mental voice returned, no longer a roar, but a cold, hard, absolute command, resonating with the full force of its immense power. "And you will serve." The words slammed into my mind like a physical blow, driving all other thought from my head. I felt a tremendous pressure, an invasive force pushing into my consciousness, seeking to displace, to control. It was like a violation, a rape of the mind. I stumbled, falling backwards, my head swimming. My vision blurred, the edges of the clearing swirling, the monoliths distorting. I felt my own will, my own identity, fighting back, a desperate, losing battle against an overwhelming alien force. Then a new sensation, not a hum, not a voice, but a pull, a profound, irresistible draw emanating from the conical object in the pit. It was pulling at my very being, drawing me in towards the blinding violet light. My body felt light, ethereal, losing its connection to the earth. I thrashed, fighting against the unseen current, struggling to hold on to myself, to my sanity. My hands scraped against the peculiar earth, my nails digging in, trying to anchor myself. But it was useless. The pull was too strong. I felt myself rising, slowly, uncontrollably off the ground. My feet left the earth, my body floating, suspended, being drawn inexorably towards the pit, towards the glowing, humming cone, towards the horrifying fate that had just befallen Miller. "No," I screamed, a desperate, defiant cry that was lost in the overwhelming hum and the ringing in my ears. "No, I woe." The creature, still holding Miller's lifeless body, seemed to pause, its featureless surface tilting again, as if surprised by my resistance. The mental pull intensified, twisting my insides, stretching my consciousness, trying to tear me apart. But my refusal, my desperate defiance, seemed to create a momentary dissonance, a flicker. The creature's outline wavered slightly, the shimmering distortion around it momentarily faltering. And in that infinitesimal moment, a new desperate thought slammed into my mind, not from the creature, but from my own panicked, logical brain. The stability, the interference, it's vulnerable. My hand, acting on instinct, scrambled for the heavy backpack I dropped when I fell. My fingers closed around something solid, something cold and metallic. It was the geophone Miller had used, still set to measure the hum. Without thinking, with a last, desperate surge of will, I flung the device, with all my might, towards the conical object in the pit. It was a pathetic gesture, a rock against a giant. But as it sailed through the air, the small, battered device, designed to measure resonance, began to glow with a faint, internal light, reacting to the overwhelming energy. The geophone hit the conical object with a muffled thwack. For a split second, nothing happened. Then everything happened. A blinding flash of violet light erupted from the conical object, a silent explosion that seemed to tear at the very fabric of the clearing. The hum, already deafening, surged to an impossible crescendo, a roar that obliterated all sound, all thought, all sensation. The air cracked and popped, not with sparks, but with visible fissures like glass shattering. The creature still holding Miller's body shuddered violently. Its dark, iridescent form rippled uncontrollably, dissolving, breaking apart into shimmering motes of light that spun wildly around the conical object. Miller's body, released from its grip, dropped to the ground with a sickening thud. The monoliths around the clearing, which had been humming with such power, now pulsed with erratic, unstable energy. They vibrated not with a steady hum, but with a frantic, desperate shudder. Dark cracks that traced jagged patterns across their smooth, dark surfaces. The very ground shuddered beneath my feet, no longer pulling me, but vibrating violently. I was thrown backward, landing hard on the peculiar, dusty earth, my head striking something solid. A searing pain lanced through my skull, and for a moment the world dissolved into a chaotic swirl of light and sound. The roar in my ears was deafening, the violet light blinding. I squeezed my eyes shut, my hands clamping over my ears, but it was useless. The energy was too overwhelming, too pervasive. When the world finally stopped spinning, and the agony in my head subsided enough for me to tentatively open my eyes, the scene before me had changed dramatically. The blinding light from the conical object had faded, replaced by a dull, flickering glow, a deep, unsettling purple that pulsed with an internal, unstable energy. The hum, though still present, was no longer a coherent, resonating thrum, but a fractured, discordant vibration, a chaotic symphony of grinding and whining sounds. The monoliths around the clearing, once so solid and inscrutable, were now visibly scarred, dark fissures spiderwebbing across their surfaces, some glowing faintly with the same unsettling purple light. They looked like ancient, wounded giants, groaning under an immense, unnatural strain. The creature was gone, dissolved, vanished. Only the motes of shimmering light remained, swirling frantically around the now unstable conical object, like dust caught in a violent eddy. And Miller. My eyes darted to him. He lay crumpled on the dark, obsidian-like floor of the pit, a still, unmoving form. The shotgun lay discarded nearby. His body, once rigidly suspended, now looked terribly fragile, broken. Miller, I croaked, my voice raw, barely audible over the chaotic hum and the ringing in my ears. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the throbbing pain in my head, and stumbled to the edge of the pit. He didn't respond. He lay there, face down, motionless. My heart seized in my chest. He wasn't moving. He wasn't breathing. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through the lingering shock. I had to get to him. I had to see. Despite the impossible, terrifying events, despite the creature's horrifying power, Miller was flesh and blood. He was my friend. Without thinking, I half-slid, half-jumped down into the pit, landing awkwardly on the smooth, dark floor. The ground here vibrated even more intensely, sending tremors up my legs. The conical object pulsed erratically, its violet glow flickering, casting dancing shadows around the pit. The swirling motes of light, remnants of the creature, still spun wildly around it like trapped spirits. I knelt beside Miller, my hands shaking as I reached for him. He was cold, unnaturally cold like the monoliths. I turned him gently onto his back. His eyes were open, staring blankly at the dark ceiling of the clearing, unseeing. His face was pale, devoid of color, his skin an ashen gray. There was no pulse, no breath, no sign of life. "Miller, no," I whispered, a desperate plea. I pressed my ear to his chest, but there was no heartbeat, just the chaotic, grinding hum from the conical object. He was gone, killed by it, by something utterly incomprehensible. A wave of nausea washed over me, a gut-wrenching grief mixed with a fresh surge of primal terror. Miller, the gruff old ranger who had lived on this land for 40 years, who had come back for me, had faced down the impossible and had been extinguished, repurposed. The creature's horrifying word echoed in my mind. But the creature was gone. What had I done? What had the geophone done? My eyes were drawn back to the conical object. It was still pulsing, flickering, but its violet glow was dimming, becoming erratic. The cracks on the surrounding monoliths seemed to deepen, glowing brighter, as if the energy within them was trying to escape or was being absorbed. The chaotic hum shifted, becoming more guttural, more insistent. It felt like the entire clearing was groaning, a terrible, drawn-out sound of immense pain and effort. The motes of light, the creature's remnants, began to swirl faster, coalescing not around the cone, but around the jagged, fractured cracks that were now appearing on the cone itself. Panic, cold and clear, cut through my grief. It wasn't just damaged, it was unstable, and I was standing right next to it. The instinct for self-preservation, momentarily overwhelmed by shock and sorrow, roared back to life. I had to get out. I couldn't help Miller. He was beyond help. I had to save myself. I scrambled back from Miller's body, my eyes glued to the conical object. It was vibrating violently now, its purple glow flickering in and out, revealing more and more dark fissures spreading across its smooth surface. The air around it felt supercharged, heavy with static electricity. I looked up at the edge of the pit. It was 10 feet up, smooth and slick. Getting out would be difficult. I glanced around frantically, searching for anything I could use to climb. There was nothing. The dark floor was utterly sterile. The chaotic hum reached a new, ear-splitting pitch. The monoliths around the clearing shuddered, sending small pebbles and dust raining down into the pit. The cracks on their surfaces glowed with an almost blinding purple. And then from the largest fissure on the conical object, a new sound emerged. Not a hum, but a high-pitched whine, growing steadily louder, more intense. It was the sound of immense power under catastrophic stress. It was going to explode, or implode, or do something equally catastrophic. I had to get out now. My eyes fell on Miller's discarded shotgun. It lay on the dark floor, a few feet away, useless against the creature, but maybe. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I lunged for it, grabbing the cold metal. It was a pump action, sturdy and heavy. My mind raced, trying to remember what Miller had done. Pump, aim, fire. But fire at what, and how would that help me get out? Then a desperate idea, born of pure panic. The cracks, the fissures on the monoliths. They were glowing. They were unstable. I gripped the shotgun, ignoring the chaotic hum, the searing pain in my head, the grief for Miller. My gaze fixed on the nearest monolith, the one with the widest, most luminous cracks. It looked like it was barely holding itself together. I aimed the shotgun, not at the conical object, but at the cracked monolith. I chambered around, the metallic clack loud even amidst the cacophony. My hand was shaking violently, but I forced myself to steady it. One chance, maybe. I fired. The blast was deafening, amplified by the enclosed space of the pit. The shotgun pellets slammed into the cracked monolith. For a split second, again, nothing happened. Then the monolith groaned. Not a mental groan, but a real physical sound, a deep, grinding roar that reverberated through the very earth. The cracks on its surface flared with an intense, violet light, then spiderwebbed even faster, wider, deeper. The entire structure shuddered, then slowly, agonizingly began to crumble inward. It wasn't an explosion, but a slow, majestic collapse. Like a giant made of glass, it began to shatter, fragments of the dark, humming material raining down, glowing with internal energy. My heart leaped, a way out, a ramp of debris. I didn't wait, even as the monolith disintegrated. I scrambled towards the falling rubble, ignoring the sharp shards and the blinding light. Dust and glowing fragments flew around me, stinging my skin, but I didn't care. I began to climb, pulling myself up the unstable slope of disintegrating rock. Each handhold was precarious. Each step risked sending me sliding back down into the pit. The chaotic hum, the blinding flashes, the very ground shaking beneath me. It was a sensory overload, a nightmare come to life. Just as I reached the top, pulling myself over the lip of the pit, the conical object in the center let out one last, ear-splitting whine. The violet light within it surged one final, catastrophic time, then imploded. There was no explosion, just a sudden, violent suck of air, a profound absence of sound and light. The monoliths that remained in the clearing went dark, their cracks fading, their hum dying. The ground settled, the air grew still. A terrible, absolute silence descended upon the clearing, a silence even deeper, more profound than before, a silence that spoke of absolute void, of something that had been and was now utterly gone. I lay on the ground, gasping, shaking, covered in dust and sweat, my body aching, my head throbbing. My ears rang with the ghost of the impossible roar. The air, though no longer charged, felt empty, thin. I slowly pushed myself up, turning to look back at the pit. It was still there, the circular depression, the dark floor, but the conical object was gone, utterly gone. No trace remained, not even a scorch mark. It was as if it had simply ceased to exist, pulled into some impossible dimension. And Miller. His body lay in the center of the dark pit, a small, dark shape, terribly alone in the new, overwhelming silence. A fresh wave of grief, cold and heavy, washed over me. He was truly gone. I had killed the creature, or at least destroyed its node, its nexus, but at what cost? Miller, my only human connection in this nightmare. I stumbled to the edge of the pit, looking down at his still form. There was nothing I could do, nothing. I couldn't bring him back. I couldn't even retrieve his body without risking my own life again. The pit looked like a gaping maw, a sterile grave. My mind was a chaotic mess of horror, grief, and a desperate, burning need to understand. What had I done? What had it been? And what would happen now? The clearing, once filled with impossible energy, was now eerily still. The remaining monoliths were inert, dark, scarred with jagged fissures that no longer glowed. They were just rocks again. Dark, strange rocks, but silent. The peculiar tan earth lay undisturbed, save for my own frantic footsteps and the pile of crumbling debris from the monolith I had shattered. I had to get out of here, and I had to tell someone, but who would believe me now? Miller, the only one who had, was dead. I turned and began to walk, my legs stiff, my body trembling. I walked out of the clearing, past the silent, broken monoliths, back into the twisting passages. The cold was gone. The hum was gone. Only the profound, unsettling silence remained, a constant echo of the void. I pushed myself one foot in front of the other, through the labyrinth, out onto the flats. The sun was beginning to dip towards the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues just as it had yesterday. But this sunset felt different. It felt like an ending or a beginning. I reached Miller's truck, still parked strategically, its nose pointing towards the ranger station. I clambered inside, slamming the door, the sound startlingly loud in the oppressive quiet. I fumbled with the keys, then jammed them into the ignition. The engine coughed, then roared to life. The familiar diesel rumble was a comfort, a link to the known world. I drove, not like a madman this time, but with a grim, determined focus. My mind was reeling, trying to process it all, to impose some kind of order on the chaos. What was the creature? An alien, an ancient guardian, a construct? What was the conical object? A power source, a communication device, a portal? What had the geophone done? Had it overloaded it, caused a resonance cascade? And the declaration, "This land is ours," and the promise, "You will serve," what did it mean? I drove until the ranger station light appeared in the distance, a small, lonely beacon. I pulled up, killed the engine, and stepped out. The air here was normal. The usual evening sounds, cicadas, a distant coyote howl, were starting to emerge. It was a stark contrast to the absolute silence of the monoliths. I stumbled into the cabin, collapsing into Miller's chair, my head in my hands. The rifle was still propped in the corner, a useless relic against what I had faced. I stared at the radio, my only remaining link. Miller had been 3 hours out. It had been early afternoon when he's arrived. Now it was late evening. I probably couldn't reach anyone until morning. I was alone, utterly alone. But the silence was different now. It didn't feel like an absence or a presence that pressed in. It felt hollow, empty, like something had been ripped away, leaving a void. I spent the rest of the night curled on the floor, the hunting rifle once again clutched in my hands, but this time it was for comfort, not defense. Sleep eventually claimed me, but it was a fitful, nightmare-ridden slumber, filled with shimmering forms, violet light, and Miller's unseeing eyes. The morning light, when it finally arrived, was a relief. I dragged myself to the radio, my body stiff, my head still throbbing. "Ranger Station, this is Ben Carter. Come in, anyone, over." My voice was hoarse but steady. Static, then a voice, distant but clear. "This is Dispatch, Sector 7. Go ahead, Carter. You're coming in a little clearer than yesterday. Over." "This is Ben Carter," I repeated, trying to keep my voice even, professional. "I need to report an incident. Ranger Miller is deceased. Over." The words felt like ash in my mouth. La pause, a shocked silence. "Deceased? Carter, what are you talking about? How, over?" "It's complicated. I found something out there, something anomalous. It killed Miller. Over." Another pause, longer this time. "Carter, are you injured? Are you coherent? Are you under duress? Over." The voice was wary, suspicious. "I'm fine and I'm coherent. I'm at the ranger station. I need immediate assistance and a full investigative team." "No, wait, not a team. A military unit. Over." I heard the desperation creeping into my voice. "A military unit, Carter. What exactly did you find out there? Over." The voice was sharper now, less sympathetic. "I found a non-human entity. It was making a claim on the land. I destroyed its primary nexus. Miller died trying to protect me. You need to send someone who will believe me. Over." The dispatcher's voice, when it came back, was tight, controlled. "Carter, I'm sending a patrol unit to your location. Stay put. Do not leave the station. Do you understand? Over." Understood, just tell them to be careful. Tell them not to go near the flats. Over. Copy that, Carter. Patrol unit en route. ETA approximately 4 hours. Over and out. 4 hours, another wait, but this time help was coming, or at least people. I packed Miller's truck with my essential gear and my own. I wasn't going to just sit and wait. I needed to document, to gather proof, to make sense of the madness. But not alone, not anymore. I would meet the patrol unit halfway, guide them in, and then together we would go back. I started driving, leaving the ranger station behind, a silent promise to Miller hanging in the air. I would get justice for him. I would expose what was out there. The patrol unit arrived exactly when dispatch said it would. A dusty, tan-colored SUV, an old but well-maintained model, not a typical ranger vehicle. It pulled up alongside Miller's truck, kicking up a cloud of dust. 2 men emerged, both in standard park ranger uniforms, but they moved with a military precision, their gazes sharp and assessing. They were Miller's kind of ranger. These were different. The taller of the two, a man with a stern, angular face and close-cropped gray hair, approached me. His name tag read Agent Thorne. The other, younger with a perpetual scowl, stayed by the vehicle, his hand resting on a sidearm. Ben Carter, Thorne's voice was clipped, professional. He didn't offer a handshake. Yes, you're from dispatch. Something like that. We got your report. Ranger Miller, a non-human entity, a primary nexus, and a request for a military unit. That's quite a story, Mr. Carter. His eyes were cold, scrutinizing. It's the truth, Agent, every word. I know how it sounds, but I have to show you. Thorne looked at me for a long moment, then slowly nodded. All right, take us to it. Everything from the start, and don't leave anything out. He glanced at the other agent, who nodded and moved to the back of their SUV, pulling out what looked like high-tech surveying equipment, and more importantly, automatic rifles. My heart gave a little lurch. Automatic rifles. They weren't just humoring me. They believed, or at least they were prepared. I led them back to the flats, describing the strange boot prints again, the peculiar earth, the way it led to the monoliths. Thorne listened intently, occasionally interjecting with a terse question, but mostly letting me speak. The young agent, whose name I learned was Reynolds, moved silently behind us, his rifle held ready, his eyes scanning the horizon. As we approached the monoliths, Thorne pulled out a device similar to Miller's geophone, but far more advanced. It pulsed with a faint blue light. He pressed it against the surface of the nearest dark stone. The display flickered, then showed a chaotic, erratic reading. The hum is gone, I said, stating the obvious. It's unstable now, fractured. Thorne nodded, his brow furrowed. Indeed, significant residual energy signature, but highly disorganized, like a shattered circuit board. You say these were humming uniformly yesterday. Yes, a deep bone-vibrating hum, and they were profoundly cold. Now they're just cold. I touched one. The chill was still there, but muted. The jagged cracks, however, were still visible, angry scars on the dark stone. Show us the clearing, Thorne commanded, his voice low. I led them through the twisting passages. The atmosphere was different now. The pervasive cold was gone. The hum was gone. Only the unsettling silence, the quiet void remained. The air no longer felt electric, just still. We reached the circular clearing, the perfectly formed depression, the dark floor, and in the center, a gaping, empty space where the conical object had been, and Miller's body still lying there, a stark, heartbreaking silhouette. Thorne stopped at the edge of the pit, his expression unreadable. Reynolds, however, visibly stiffened, his hand going to his mouth, a rare glimpse of humanity on his scowling face. "Miller," Thorne said, his voice quiet. He pulled out a pair of binoculars, scanning the pit, then the surrounding monoliths. "So this is where it happened. You say you destroyed the Nexus with a geophone." "Yes, Miller's geophone. I flung it at the cone when it tried to repurpose me. There was a huge flash, and then it imploded, and the creature, it dissolved." Thorne nodded slowly. "Repurposed. Yes, we've encountered similar effects before. Not often, not here, but the description fits." He lowered the binoculars, his gaze fixed on Miller. "I'm sorry, Carter. Miller was a good man." The words, though professionally delivered, held a genuine note of regret. "He saved my life," I said, my voice thick with emotion. Thorne turned to Reynolds. "Secure the perimeter. No one touches anything. Call it in. Request forensic team and an extraction unit for Miller. Priority 1. And a level 5 quarantine for the entire Flats area." Reynolds nodded, his face grim, and moved off, speaking into a secure comms unit. Thorne turned back to me. "Mr. Carter, I need you to explain, in as much detail as you can, the exact sequence of events once you entered this clearing, from the moment the entity formed to the moment you disrupted it." I recounted the story again, carefully, precisely, trying to remember every detail, every feeling. The shimmer, the formation, the voice in my head, the declaration of custodianship, the gateway, the interference, the repurposing, Miller's defiant shot, its negation, his terrible fate, my desperate throw, the implosion, the silence. Thorne listened, his eyes never leaving mine. When I finished, he was silent for a long moment, then looked back at the empty pit. "Remarkable, truly remarkable. You've done something extraordinary, Mr. Carter." He paused. "And very dangerous." "I didn't have a choice," I said defensively. "Indeed, you responded instinctively and effectively. This nexus you speak of, this conical object, it seems to have been the anchor for the entity's physical manifestation and perhaps its energetic signature." He walked closer to the edge, peering down. No residual radiation, no exotic particles, just nothing, completely sterile. It erased itself. "What was it, Agent? What was Miller right about? About something being out here?" Thorne turned back to me, his expression hardening. "I can't tell you everything, Mr. Carter, but I can tell you this. What you encountered was not entirely unknown to certain agencies. These monoliths, as you call them. We've had reports of similar geological anomalies in other remote locations globally. They're usually inert, silent, but sometimes they activate, and sometimes something comes through." "Comes through, you mean it's a portal, a gateway?" The creature's words echoed in my mind. "This place is a gateway." "That's one theory, a dimensional nexus, if you prefer. These structures, these monoliths, they seem to be conduits, or perhaps anchors. They allow for the manifestation of entities that exist on a different vibrational frequency, in a different reality, if you will." "And the creature, the custodian." Thorne frowned. "We call them resonance keepers. They are, as your experience suggests, extremely territorial and highly attuned to disruptions in their domain. Your surveying equipment, your truck, even your presence created a disturbance. Miller's shotgun blast, however, was an act of direct physical aggression. That triggered their punishment protocol. So Miller, he didn't just die, he was absorbed, his consciousness, his essence. To create that phantom, the memory made me shudder. It's a form of repurposing, as the entity stated, a transfer of consciousness, of vital energy to sustain their manifestation or to create an auxiliary construct. It's rare but devastating. They view organic life as raw material in a way. My stomach churned, and you've seen this before, other places. Thorne nodded slowly. In isolated incidents, always in extremely remote locations, always linked to these unique geological formations. The unusual geological stability you mentioned in your brief, that's our code for these zones. They are areas where the fabric of reality, or rather the dimensional barriers, are thinner, more permeable. We monitor them, keep them classified, keep people away. But you let me come out here, I accused, a fresh wave of anger rising. You knew about this, and you let a civilian walk right into it. Thorne's gaze hardened. We do let anyone do anything, Mr. Carter. We simply observe and restrict access where possible. Your surveying project was flagged, yes, but your initial trajectory was clear of the primary nexus zone. We believed you would simply chart your area and leave. Your deviation, your curiosity, was unforeseen. So it's my fault then. Miller's death is my fault. The words came out choked, bitter. Thorne sighed, a rare display of emotion. No, Mr. Carter, it is not your fault. It is the nature of these phenomena. You were a variable, an anomaly, and you responded with courage. You saved yourself and possibly prevented further incursions. He paused, then looked at me intently. Do you understand the gravity of what you've done, Mr. Carter? You've effectively severed a major connection point for these entities. This nexus has been active for, well, we don't have an exact timeline, but it's been a persistent, low-level anomaly for decades, perhaps centuries. Now it's gone. So it's over, we're safe. Thorne looked around the silent clearing at the scarred monoliths at Miller's body. For now, here, yes, but this is just one node. There are others, and we don't know the full ramifications of what you've done. Did you simply destroy its local manifestation, or did you disrupt something larger? The creature's final words: violation, aggression unprovoked, sanctity compromised, punishment is mandatory. That suggests a collective consciousness, a hive mind perhaps. A reaction from a larger entity. You mean there could be more of them? My blood ran cold again. It's a possibility we cannot dismiss. This was a gateway. Disrupting a gateway can have unintended consequences. It might close it, or it might attract more attention from the other side. We simply don't know enough. That's why the quarantine. That's why the forensics. We need to learn what we can from this, and from Miller. His voice softened slightly. He truly was a brave man, Mr. Carter. He faced down the impossible without hesitation. The forensic team arrived within the next few hours, followed by a larger contingent of similarly grim-faced agents. The clearing became a hive of activity, though eerily silent. Agents in hazmat suits meticulously cataloged every crack on the monoliths, every speck of dust on the ground. A specialized team began the somber task of retrieving Miller's body. I was subjected to hours of debriefing, my story recorded, analyzed, cross-referenced. Thorne was always present, listening, occasionally asking a clarifying question. They took my pack, my truck, Miller's truck, everything that had been in proximity to the nexus. They even took samples of the peculiar earth from my boots. They wanted every piece of information, every potential clue. By late afternoon, the clearing was still a scene of intense scientific and tactical activity, but I was led away to a small, mobile command center they had set up miles away, near the entrance to the flats. Mr. Carter, Thorne said, as we sat across from each other in the sterile tent, your cooperation has been invaluable. We understand this has been a traumatic experience. We're arranging for your transport out of the area. to a secure facility where you can receive medical and psychological evaluation. Evaluation, I scoffed. You mean confinement, don't you? You don't want me talking about this. Thorne's expression remained impassive. We need to ensure your well-being, Mr. Carter, and for your own safety and the security of the ongoing investigation, discretion is paramount. What you've witnessed, what you've been through, it's not something the general public can or should comprehend. So you're just going to bury it, bury Miller's death, bury what happened here. We will honor Miller's sacrifice, but the information regarding the nature of this event will remain classified. It's for the protection of all involved, including you. I stared at him, my mind reeling. I had faced down an alien entity, saved myself and possibly the world, and now I was going to be debriefed, evaluated, and silenced. What about my life? I asked, my voice hollow. My job, my future. We will ensure your needs are met. You will be compensated. Your professional career will be redirected, perhaps to a different field, away from surveying anomalous zones. Thorne's tone left no room for argument. I felt a profound sense of helplessness. I had been pulled into something far beyond my understanding, fought for my life, and now I was being erased, my experience sanitized and locked away. They took me to a secure medical facility, not a hospital, but a sterile, isolated compound. Doctors and psychologists, all with the same grim, unblinking eyes as Thorne, evaluated me. They poked, prodded, ran tests, asked endless questions, probing my memories, my reactions, my sanity. I felt like a specimen, not a human being. Every night the nightmares returned. Shimmering forms, violet light, the horrifying words, "You will serve," and Miller's unseeing eyes. The metallic taste in my mouth, the cold air, the hum in my bones, they were all branded into my senses, even in this sterile environment. Weeks turned into a month. I was isolated, my phone, my laptop, my contact with the outside world, all gone. My only companions were the endless questions and the quiet surveillance. One afternoon, Thorne came to see me. He sat in the visitor's chair, his expression as unreadable as ever. "Mr. Carter," he began, "we've completed our initial assessment. Your physical and mental parameters are stable. Despite the trauma, you are remarkably sane." A flicker of something, perhaps respect, crossed his face. "So I can go home?" I asked, a spark of hope igniting within me. He shook his head. "Not exactly. We have an offer for you, Mr. Carter, one that we believe will be mutually beneficial." My hope faltered. "An offer?" "Your unique experience, your first-hand encounter, your resilience makes you uniquely suited for a particular kind of work. We believe your skills as a surveyor, combined with your intimate knowledge of these phenomena, could be invaluable." "What kind of work?" I asked, suspicion rising. "Observation, analysis, identification of other anomalous zones, other potential nexus points. We need people who can recognize the signs, who can operate in these environments, who understand the stakes." My mind raced. They wanted me to work for them, to become one of them, to go back into the field, seeking out the very things that had almost killed me, that had taken Miller's life. "You want me to hunt them?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Thorne leaned forward, his eyes intense. "Not hunt, Mr. Carter. Monitor, understand, and if necessary, mitigate. You've already proven yourself capable of the latter. You know what they are. You know what they can do. We need that knowledge. We need your perspective." I thought of Miller, of his quiet determination, his pragmatic courage. He had faced down the impossible on his own land. He had believed me. And I thought of the creature's words, "This land is ours," and the chilling possibility that it wasn't just one node, but a vast, interconnected network. A silent, unseen war being waged on the fringes of human perception. My old life, my simple life of charting geology, was gone, irrevocably shattered. I couldn't go back to it, not after what I'd seen, what I'd felt, what I'd done. And the alternative, to be locked away, silenced, my experience erased. No, I wouldn't allow it. What about what Miller taught me? I asked. About living off the land, about knowing the signs, about instinct. Thorne actually smiled, a thin, almost imperceptible curve of his lips. All invaluable skills, Mr. Carter. We can refine them, enhance them. We have resources, training, technology. We can make sure you're never caught unprepared again. I closed my eyes, picturing the vast, empty expanse of the flats, the distant, dark monoliths, silent now, but humming with a memory of forgotten power. Miller's face, grim and determined, flashed in my mind. This was my new reality, my new purpose, a terrible, unforeseen calling. "All right, Agent," I said, opening my eyes, a grim resolve settling deep within me. "I'll do it, but on one condition." Thorne raised an eyebrow. "Oh." "I want all the information you have, everything. No more secrets, no more need to know. I need to understand what I'm fighting, what Miller died for." Thorne regarded me for a long moment, then slowly nodded. "Fair enough, Mr. Carter. That can be arranged. Welcome to the team." He extended a hand. This time I took it. His grip was firm, surprisingly warm. My training began almost immediately. It was intense, exhaustive. They taught me advanced fieldcraft, survival in extreme environments, close quarters combat, and the use of specialized equipment that made Miller's geophone look like a child's toy. I learned about electromagnetic fields, quantum entanglement, and the subtle distortions in spacetime that indicated the presence of an anomalous zone. The instructors, former special forces, scientists, and veteran field agents were relentless. They pushed me to my physical and mental limits, transforming the raw surveyor who stumbled into the flats into something sharper, more capable, and utterly cynical. I learned to track without leaving a trace, to move through dense wilderness unseen and unheard. I mastered various firearms, from silenced pistols to compact assault rifles, understanding their nuances and limitations in different environments. We practiced combat scenarios in simulated anomalous zones, reacting to phantom threats that flickered in and out of existence, designed to mimic the elusive nature of the resonance keepers. My senses sharpened, my instincts honed. I learned to differentiate between natural sounds and the subtle, almost imperceptible shifts in atmospheric pressure that hinted at a dimensional bleed. The technology was astounding. Night vision goggles that could detect thermal signatures invisible to the naked eye. Portable energy scanners that could map localized gravitational anomalies. Personal cloaking devices that bent light and sound, rendering the wearer practically invisible. Miller's geophone, a crude but effective tool, was replaced by sophisticated resonance scanners that could pinpoint vibrational frequencies across multiple dimensions, mapping the hum before it became a threat. But the most challenging aspect was the theoretical knowledge. Thorne made good on his promise. I was granted access to a vast, encrypted database, a compendium of decades of classified research field reports and eyewitness accounts. It was a terrifying education. The agency, I learned, was known internally as the Department of Anomaly Containment and Research, DACR. It operated in the shadows, a global network of scientists, intelligence operatives, and special forces personnel dedicated to identifying, monitoring, and if necessary, neutralizing threats emanating from what they termed extra-dimensional entities, ADAs, or simply the others. The resonance keepers, or just keepers, were only one type of ADA. They were the most common, and arguably the most dangerous due to their territoriality and their ability to repurpose organic matter. DACR had records of other ADAs, some that manipulated light and shadow, some that caused localized temporal distortions, others that were purely psychic, capable of driving entire communities to madness. The world, I discovered, was a much stranger, more perilous place than I had ever imagined, teeming with unseen forces constantly probing the fragile membrane between realities. The monoliths were key. They weren't simply rocks, they were anchors or conduits, natural formations that, under specific geological and energetic conditions, became thin spots in reality. They acted as a sort of antenna, drawing in ambient energy and focusing it, allowing the keepers to manifest. The conical object I had destroyed was a nexus node, essentially a beacon and a power source, crucial for a keeper's prolonged physical manifestation and its dimensional anchoring. By destroying it, I had not only destabilized the keeper's local presence, but had effectively blinded and deafened it to that specific point in our reality. Think of it like a lighthouse, Carter, Thorne explained during one of our debriefings, his voice always calm, even when describing horrors. We were in a small, windowless room, a single holographic projection of a complex energy map floating between us. The map showed hundreds of glowing dots, each representing an anomalous zone. The Flats was now a dark, inactive spot, surrounded by a red quarantine zone. You extinguished the light. The keepers no longer have an easy way to navigate to that shore, but the other lighthouses are still burning. And what about the punishment protocol? I asked, the memory of Miller's fate still a raw wound. You said disrupting a gateway could have unintended consequences, attract more attention. Thorne's gaze sharpened. That's our primary concern. The keepers operate with a collective consciousness, a shared network of perception and intent. When you destroyed that nexus node, it wasn't just a localized event. It was a psychic scream across their network. It alerted them, made them aware of a significant loss and a significant threat, us. They now know we are capable of striking back. That changes the dynamic. So instead of just surveying, we're now on their radar. Precisely, this isn't a passive observation mission anymore. We expect them to react, to probe, to search for other vulnerabilities or perhaps to seek retribution. My stomach tightened. This wasn't just about protecting humanity. It was about an escalating conflict, one I had inadvertently initiated. Miller's sacrifice, my desperate act, had opened a Pandora's box. My training culminated in a grueling 2-week simulation in a remote DACR-controlled wilderness area designed to mimic the conditions of an active anomalous zone. The air was thick with engineered atmospheric distortions. The ground vibrated with low-frequency sonic emitters, and holographic ADAs flickered in and out of the simulated environment, testing my combat readiness and my mental fortitude. I emerged from it exhausted, bruised, but transformed. I was no longer Ben Carter, the geologist. I was Agent Carter, a field operative for DACR. My first assignment came a week later. I was called into Thorne's office, a sparse room filled with monitors displaying cryptic data. He looked at me, a subtle nod of approval in his eyes. Carter, you're ready. We have a situation. Where? I asked, my voice steady, the adrenaline already beginning to hum in my veins. The Gobi Desert, a newly activated anomaly. We've had a surge in energy readings from a previously stable monolithic formation. He tapped a holographic map, zooming in on a remote, desolate region of Mongolia. This one's different. The energy signature is more aggressive, more volatile than what we've seen at the flats, and the local population is reporting strange atmospheric phenomena and unexplained disappearances. Disappearances. Yes, a nomadic shepherd, his flock, a geological survey team from a mining company, their equipment found intact but no personnel. It suggests a more active, more immediate threat than a simple territorial claim. Thorne's face was grim. We believe it's a direct response to the Flats incident, a probe, a retaliation. So they're trying to manifest again. Or something worse. The energy signature is far too high for a standard keeper manifestation. It could be a higher tier entity. Or they're trying to establish a more powerful nexus node, capable of sustaining multiple manifestations simultaneously. My mind flashed back to the horrifying image of Miller's essence being repurposed, forming a phantom copy. The thought of multiple such entities, or something even more potent, chilled me to the bone. Who's on the team? I asked, knowing I wouldn't be going alone this time. You'll be leading a small recon and containment team. 2 other agents, Dr. Eris Thorne, no relation, a xenobotanist and atmospheric specialist, and Sergeant Major Lena Petrova, a tactical infiltration expert with extensive experience in ADA mitigation. A xenobotanist, I raised an eyebrow. The Gobi site shows signs of highly unusual, rapid desertification in a localized area around the monoliths. Dr. Thorne believes it's connected to the ADA's energy output, a form of accelerated entropy in the surrounding ecosystem. Petrova will ensure your team's survival and provide tactical support. Her primary objective is extraction if containment fails. Thorne paused, then looked me straight in the eye. Your objective, Carter, is reconnaissance. Confirm the nature of the anomaly, identify the threat, and if possible, contain it. But above all, survive. We need your insight, we need your perspective, and we need you to learn. This is just the beginning. The journey to Mongolia was long, a blur of secure flights, unmarked vehicles, and hushed conversations. We moved like ghosts, a small, tightly knit unit operating in the deepest shadows. DACR had already established a forward operating base, FOB, hundreds of miles from the Gobi anomaly, a clandestine facility disguised as a meteorological research station. My team met me there. Dr. Eris Thorne, Dr. T, as he preferred to be called, was a surprisingly young man, late 20s, with an unruly mop of dark hair and intense, intelligent eyes that darted constantly, observing everything. He carried himself with the nervous energy of a perpetual student, but his knowledge of exotic flora and fauna and their potential interactions with anomalous energy fields was encyclopedic. Sergeant Major Lena Petrova was everything her file suggested, steely-eyed, compact, and radiating an aura of disciplined competence. Her movements were fluid and economical, her gaze missing nothing. She didn't speak much, preferring to communicate through precise gestures and terse, meaningful sentences. Her weapon, a custom-built, suppressed assault rifle, looked like an extension of her arm. Agent Carter, she greeted, a curt nod. Sergeant Major Petrova, ready for deployment. Dr. Thorne, the xenobotanist, chirped, extending a hand, a nervous but eager smile on his face, excited to finally see an active site. The data from the flats was fascinating, but first-hand observation is crucial. I shook their hands, feeling the weight of the mission settle onto my shoulders. This wasn't a solo venture anymore. I was responsible for these people. Our insertion into the anomaly zone was executed under the cover of a sandstorm, a common occurrence in the Gobi, which provided excellent concealment from any prying eyes, both human and otherwise. We traveled in a specialized, armored rover, equipped with advanced stealth capabilities and environmental shielding. Inside, the air was filtered, the ride surprisingly smooth despite the punishing terrain. As we drew closer to the coordinates, the sandstorm intensified, turning the sky a murky orange. The landscape flattened, vast and monotonous, until the first subtle signs of the anomaly began to appear. The air grew colder, a familiar, unsettling chill seeping into the rover despite its environmental controls. Environmental readings indicate a significant drop in ambient temperature, Dr. T announced, tapping at a tablet. Approximately 15 degrees Celsius below the regional average, and atmospheric pressure fluctuations are increasing. Resonance scanner picking up something, Petrova murmured, her eyes fixed on her own wrist-mounted device. Low-frequency vibration, erratic, unstable, similar to the residual signatures at the flats but stronger. I felt it too, a subtle pressure building in my eardrums, a faint vibration in the soles of my boots. It was a familiar, unwelcome sensation. These are the monoliths, I stated, pointing at the blurred outlines just visible through the swirling sand. They rose abruptly from the flat expanse, dark and jagged, just like the ones in the flats, but somehow larger, more numerous. They looked like ancient, monstrous teeth piercing the earth. Confirmed, Dr. T said, adjusting his glasses, a hint of awe in his voice. The satellite imagery didn't do them justice. They're immense. As we approached, the sandstorm suddenly began to abate, as if a giant hand had swept it aside. The swirling sand settled, revealing a scene of stark devastation. The ground was not pale earth, but a cracked, desiccated wasteland, extending for miles around the monoliths. What little vegetation might have once clung to this arid land was now utterly withered, turned to brittle dust. Localized entropy acceleration, as suspected, Dr. T breathed, already deploying a suite of handheld sensors. The energy output from the anomaly is essentially siphoning all life force from the surrounding environment. It's creating a biological void. The monoliths themselves were different too. They weren't just scarred, they pulsed faintly with a dull, internal violet light like embers still burning. The cracks, instead of being jagged fissures, looked almost like glowing veins beneath their smooth, dark surfaces. And the hum, it was different. Not the coherent, resonant thrum of the flats prior to the destruction of the Nexus, nor the chaotic grinding after. This hum was a low, guttural throb, like a monstrous heart beating deep within the earth, erratic and powerful. Deploying silent drone for initial reconnaissance, Petrova announced, launching a small, insect-like UAV from a compartment on the rover. It vanished into the desolate landscape, its rotors utterly silent. We exited the rover, fully geared, weapons ready. The air was frigid and still, heavy with an unnatural silence. My resonance scanner glowed a steady red, indicating a high-level energy signature. Stay alert, I instructed, my voice low. This feels more active, more hostile. The drone's feed appeared on our helmet displays, providing a sweeping aerial view of the anomaly zone. The monoliths formed a vast, irregular circle, encompassing an area far larger than the flat's clearing. And in the center, something caught my breath. It wasn't a pit, not a simple depression. It was a massive crater, perhaps a quarter-mile across, its edges jagged and crystalline, shimmering faintly with that same unsettling violet light. And from the center of this crater, rising hundreds of feet into the sky, was not a conical object, but something far more colossal, far more horrifying. It was a spire, a massive obsidian-black column, impossibly smooth, tapering to a needle point, glowing with intense, erratic violet light. It pulsed, not subtly, but with a powerful, rhythmic throb that resonated through the ground and into our bones. It was many times the size of the original conical object, and it radiated an overwhelming sense of raw, untamed power. Confirmed primary nexus node, Petrova murmured, her voice tight with professional awe. Energy signature off the charts, it's immense. This isn't just a simple manifestation point, Dr. T gasped, his scientific curiosity overriding his caution. This is a full-scale dimensional anchor. It's drawing incredible amounts of energy, distorting local spacetime. Look at the atmospheric readings. The air itself is destabilizing around it. My resonance scanner shrieked, a high-pitched alarm. "Contact!" Petrova yelled, her rifle snapping up, scanning the ground. A shimmer appeared at the base of the colossal spire, larger, more defined, and more numerous than I had ever seen. Not one, but three distinct shimmering forms began to coalesce. Tall, slender, iridescent charcoal, just like the one that killed Miller, but somehow larger, more solid, more menacing. Three entities manifesting simultaneously, I reported, my voice tight. They're not waiting. They know we're here. This is an aggressive deployment. Thorne's voice crackled in my ear from the fob, his tone grave. They're not probing Carter. They're establishing dominance. They're reacting to the Flats incident. The three keepers coalesced rapidly, their featureless surfaces turning towards us, a collective, silent gaze that probed deep into our minds. The guttural hum intensified, becoming a unified, vibrating roar that pressed in on us, distorting sound, blurring vision. "Prepare for engagement," Petrova said, her voice calm, professional. "Carter, Dr. T, focus on data acquisition. I'll provide cover." But these keepers were different. As they fully formed, the air around them crackled with visible energy, small bolts of violet lightning arcing between them and the central spire. Their arms, when they extended, were not just slender limbs, but seemed to be composed of pure, shifting darkness, coalescing and reforming with terrifying speed. The mental voice slammed into my mind, not from one, but from all three, a terrifying chorus that obliterated rational thought. "You are acknowledged. Your violation is not forgiven. Your presence is a blight. This domain will not be compromised again." The words were not just a warning, they were a death sentence. One of the keepers lunged forward, not with the eerie flow I remembered, but with startling, almost violent speed. It moved towards us, its dark form rippling, elongating. "Engaging," Petrova shouted, opening fire. Her rifle barked, sending a stream of armor-piercing rounds towards the advancing entity. Just like Miller's shotgun blast, the rounds simply vanished into the shimmering distortion around the keeper's form. No impact, no effect. The entity didn't even flinch. "Ineffective," Petrova snarled, reloading instinctively. "They're absorbing kinetic energy." They've adapted, I realized, my mind racing. The Nexus is stronger, it's empowering them. The Keeper was almost upon us. Its dark, shifting arm shot out towards Petrova. She barely had time to react, bringing her rifle to bear, but it was useless. The arm touched her. I watched in horror as Petrova, a woman of steel and formidable skill, froze. Her body went rigid, her eyes wide, staring, unseeing. Her rifle clattered to the ground. She was still upright, but she was gone. Her essence, her consciousness, violently ripped away, just like Miller. Petrova, Dr. T screamed, a sound of pure terror. And then within the shimmering distortion around the Keeper, a new form began to coalesce, a smaller, indistinct copy of Petrova, a ghostly echo, her vibrant life force being consumed, repurposed. Retreat, I yelled, my voice cracking, the horror of the flats repeating itself, but faster, more brutal. Dr. T, get back to the rover, now. The other two Keepers were now advancing, their movements fluid, menacing. The air around us grew impossibly cold, the throb of the Nexus spire intensifying, a deafening heartbeat that promised oblivion. Dr. T, his face pale with terror, fumbled with his equipment, dropping a sensor. I can't leave the data. Damn the data, I roared, grabbing him by the collar, shoving him towards the rover. Your life is more important. I knew what I had to do. This wasn't a recon mission anymore. It was an emergency. The threat was too immediate, too powerful. My training kicked in. Panic was a luxury I couldn't afford. I activated my personal cloaking device, feeling the familiar shimmer of light and sound bending around me. It was a limited duration ability, but it might buy me precious seconds. Carter, what are you doing? Thorne's voice hissed in my ear from the fob. Tactical retreat is impossible, Agent Thorne. They've adapted. Standard kinetic weapons are useless. I'm going for the Nexus. I shouted back, knowing it was a suicide mission, but seeing no other option. If this spire became fully operational, if these empowered Keepers unleashed their full potential, it could be catastrophic. Negative, Carter. Abort. That spire is far too powerful. You'll be consumed. Thorne commanded, his voice laced with urgency. I have to try. I ripped off my comms unit, severing the connection, plunging myself into a terrifying silence, broken only by the thrum of the spire and the ringing in my ears. I couldn't afford distractions. I saw Dr. T scramble into the rover, slamming the hatch shut. Petrova's still form, suspended by the Keeper, was a stark reminder of the stakes. My heart pounded, a frantic drum against my ribs. I knew their weakness, resonance, overload, but this spire was immense. Miller's geophone had been a stroke of desperate luck, hitting a critical frequency in a smaller, less powerful node. This required something more, something bigger. I pulled out my resonance overload device, a compact but powerful piece of DACR tech designed to emit a targeted, high-frequency sonic pulse capable of disrupting ADA energy fields. It was an advanced version of Miller's geophone, specifically engineered for this very purpose, but it had a limited range and required a direct line of sight. My cloaking device was holding, rendering me a shimmering blur to the Keepers. I moved low and fast towards the central crater, my eyes fixed on the colossal spire. The ground vibrated violently, sending tremors up my legs. The air crackled with raw energy, a metallic tang on my tongue. The Keepers, still focused on Petrova's absorbed form and the retreating rover, hadn't yet detected my cloaked advance, but I knew it wouldn't last. They could sense, they could probe. I reached the lip of the crater, a jagged crystalline edge that pulsed with violet light. Below, the immense spire rose, a monument to alien power. Small, almost invisible energy currents arced around its base, feeding into the coalescing forms of the other keepers. My cloaking device flickered, groaning under the strain of the ambient energy. It was failing. Damn it, I muttered, unholstering my rifle. I needed to create a diversion, a point of vulnerability. I aimed for the glowing cracks on the spire's surface, the violet veins that seemed to pulse with its power. They were still too numerous, too diffuse. I needed a concentrated point. My eyes darted around, searching for a weakness. Then I saw it. At the very base of the spire, where it met the ground, a single, much larger fissure glowed with an almost blinding intensity, a central point of energy concentration. It looked like a wound. That's it, I breathed. I activated my rifle's advanced targeting system, locking onto the glowing fissure. The rifle was equipped with specialized resonance rounds, designed to emit a burst of targeted sonic energy upon impact, creating a localized vibrational cascade. They were DACR's answer to the Keeper's energy absorption. My cloak winked out. I was exposed. The Keepers immediately turned their featureless surfaces towards me. The mental chorus slammed into my mind again, a psychic shriek of fury and recognition. The trespasser, the violator, you will be repurposed. You will serve. I ignored the mental assault, forcing myself to focus. The pressure was immense, a physical weight on my brain, but I remembered my training. Block it out. Focus on the mission. Life fired. The resonance round slammed into the glowing fissure at the base of the spire with a deafening crack. For a split second, nothing happened. Then a localized explosion of violet light erupted from the fissure, not outwards, but inwards, a violent implosion that seemed to tear at the very fabric of the spire. A high-pitched, electronic wail pierced the air, agonizingly loud, overriding the guttural hum. The colossal spire shuddered. The violet light that pulsed along its veins flickered violently, erratically. The energy currents around its base went wild, arcing unpredictably. The Keepers shrieked, a piercing mental sound that tore through my head, driving me to my knees. Their forms wavered, rippling uncontrollably, like disturbed reflections in water. The one still holding Petrova's body released its grip, and her inert form dropped to the ground with a sickening thud. This was my chance. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the throbbing pain in my head, the nausea churning in my gut. I raised my resonance overload device, a small black box, its targeting laser a pinprick of red on the damaged fissure. This device wasn't for destruction, it was for disruption, for forcing an energy collapse. The Keepers were still reeling, their forms dissolving and reforming in frantic spasms. Their mental attacks were weaker now, fractured, a symphony of rage and confusion. I activated the device. A beam of focused, invisible energy shot out, impacting the weakened fissure. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. The spire roared, a physical sound that vibrated the very air, shaking the ground. The violet light within it surged, then imploded inwards, sucking the air, the light, the very essence of the monument into a spiraling vortex of chaotic energy. The surrounding monoliths, which had been pulsating erratically, now cracked and shattered, not slowly like the one I destroyed at the flats, but violently, explosively. Fragments of dark, glowing rock flew outwards, arcing with wild, uncontrolled energy. The three keepers caught in the proximity were violently torn apart, their shimmering forms dissolved, their essence screaming in my mind as they were ripped into countless motes of light, sucked into the imploding spire, utterly annihilated. The crater floor erupted in a blinding flash of violet, followed by a profound, terrifying silence. The shockwave hit me like a physical punch, throwing me backwards, sending me tumbling down the jagged, crystalline slope of the crater. My head slammed against something hard, and the world dissolved into a chaotic swirl of light and darkness. Pain lanced through my skull, and I felt blood gush. When consciousness flickered back, I was lying at the bottom of the crater, amidst smoking, glowing rubble. The immense spire was gone, utterly gone. In its place was a perfectly circular, obsidian-black void, a scorched patch of nothingness, shimmering faintly with residual heat, but otherwise utterly empty. The surrounding monoliths were destroyed, reduced to scattered fragments and smoking craters. The very landscape was scarred, a testament to the immense power that had just been unleashed. The silence was absolute, deeper than anything I had ever experienced. A void. I pushed myself up, groaning, my head throbbing, my vision still blurry. My hand went to my temple and came away smeared with blood. I had done it. Again. But at what cost? My eyes darted to Petrova's body. She lay amidst the glowing debris, still and unmoving, her face pale, her eyes staring blankly at the dust-filled sky. She was gone, another life sacrificed, another friend lost. Petrova, no, I whispered, the words catching in my throat. Then a sound, a faint groan. My head snapped up. It was a keeper. It wasn't a new threat. From the edge of the crater, near the shattered remnants of where the spire had been, Dr. T was stirring. He was covered in dust and debris, his glasses askew, but he was moving. He was alive. Carter, he croaked, pushing himself up, clutching his head. What happened? It's gone, I managed, my voice raw. The spire, the keepers, all of it. He stared at the empty void where the immense spire had stood, then at the scattered debris of the monoliths. His eyes widened in disbelief, then horror. He scrambled down towards me, his scientific awe replaced by a profound understanding of the devastation. He reached Petrova's body first. He knelt beside her, his hand trembling as he reached for her neck. No, oh God, no. I watched him, a fresh wave of grief washing over me. Miller, now Petrova. The cost was mounting. Suddenly, a crackle in my comms unit. I had ripped it off, but Dr. T.S. was still active. Carter, Dr. T, report. What the hell happened out there? We lost all telemetry. What was that energy surge? Thorne here. Dr. T snatched his comms, his voice shaking. Agent Thorne, Dr. Thorne here. The Nexus Spire, it's gone. Destroyed. Agent Carter, he destroyed it. But Sergeant Major Petrova, she's gone. Repurposed. His voice broke. A long, chilling silence from Thorne. Then a sigh. Understood, Dr. Thorne. Casualties are always a risk. Agent Carter, are you coherent? Are you injured? I'm alive, I rasped, pushing myself to my feet, swaying slightly. Head wound, nothing major, but another one. Another one died, Thorne. The anger, the grief, was a bitter taste in my mouth. I know, Carter, I understand, Thorne said, his voice flat, devoid of emotion, yet with an underlying current of grim acceptance. You made a tactical decision under extreme duress. You saved the mission. You prevented a potential catastrophe. but the cost is always too high. What now? Dr. T asked, his voice hollow as he stared at Petrova's body. We extract immediately, Thorne commanded. Dr. Thorne, assess what residual energy signatures remain. Carter, ensure no further threats. We'll send a cleanup crew for retrieval and data collection. But your primary objective is to get out of there. Now. The specialized rover arrived moments later, its stealth capabilities making it appear almost out of nowhere. The driver, a grim-faced operative, immediately began helping Dr. T carefully move Petrova's body into the back compartment. I watched numb, as another one of us was lost to the void. I climbed into the passenger seat, my head pounding, my body aching. Dr. T sat in the back with Petrova, his face etched with sorrow. The driver, without a word, turned the rover and sped away from the desolate, scarred landscape, leaving behind a scene of utter destruction. As we drove, the immense, silent void of the destroyed spire seemed to stretch behind us, a constant reminder of the price of our intervention. The Gobi Desert, once merely vast and empty, now held a new, terrifying significance. It was a battleground, a graveyard. Carter, Dr. T said softly from the back, breaking the oppressive silence. When you destroyed the Nexus at the flats, what happened afterward? Any after effects? I turned to him, the pain in my head making me wince. Only silence, a deeper, more profound silence than before, like something was ripped away. He nodded slowly, looking out at the receding, ruined landscape. That's what I'm sensing now, a void, but there's something else. He tapped at his tablet, his brow furrowed. The ambient energy levels, they're not just zeroed out, they're negative. It's like the implosion didn't just erase the anomaly. It created a localized vacuum, a drain on the dimensional fabric itself. My blood ran cold. What does that mean? I don't know, he admitted, shaking his head. It's unprecedented, but if I had to guess, destroying a Nexus node creates a wound in reality. Destroying something as massive and powerful as that spire, it might have created an even larger, more unstable tier. Not a portal for something to come through, but a place where our reality is actively being unmade. The concept was terrifying, not just a gate, but a gaping hole, a growing absence. Thorne's voice crackled on Dr. T's comms again. Carter, Dr. T, we're detecting anomalous energy readings from multiple new locations globally. Low level, but distinct. It seems the Gobi incident. It wasn't an isolated retaliatory strike. It was a declaration, a distraction. They're reacting to the destruction of the Flats Nexus by activating dormant nodes or seeking new points of entry. My stomach churned. The fight wasn't over. It had only just begun. The universe had taken notice, and it was coming for us. We returned to the fob, the grim faces of the agents mirroring our own exhaustion and grief. Thorne was waiting. He looked at me, his eyes sharp and assessing. You've bought us time, Carter, he said, his voice low, but it seems a very limited amount. He nodded towards a large holographic display that now showed a global map, bristling with red dots indicating new anomaly detections. They're escalating, rapidly. They're looking for new anchor points, more powerful ones. What can we do? Dr. T asked, his voice filled with a desperate scientific urgency. We need to understand this negative energy signature, this dimensional vacuum. It could be our only weapon or our undoing. We gather more data, Thorne stated grimly, and we hit them where it hurts. We neutralize every new manifestation. We show them that their declaration will be met with resistance every single time. He turned to me, his gaze unwavering. You've proven your capabilities, Carter, more than once. You understand them in a way few others do. You have an instinct for their weaknesses. I looked at the map, at the dozens of new red dots, each representing a potential Gobi, another Flats, another Miller, another Petrova. The scale of the conflict was immense, overwhelming. It was a silent, unseen war that had suddenly erupted onto the fringes of our world. My training was over, my baptism by fire complete. Now the real fight began. I would mourn Miller and Petrova later. Now I had to fight for their sacrifice for humanity. I was a weapon in a war I never asked for, against an enemy I barely understood, but I would not yield. Thorne briefed us on the next steps. Dr. T would immediately begin analyzing the Gobi data, focusing on the negative energy signature and its potential implications. I would be deployed again, leading a new team to a different anomaly zone, a newly detected cluster of monoliths deep in the Amazon rainforest. The environmental challenges would be immense, the heat and humidity a stark contrast to the Gobi's arid cold. But the mission remained the same: recon, identify, and if necessary, neutralize. As I prepared for deployment, checking my gear, ensuring my rifle was loaded with resonance rounds, I felt a grim resolve settle deep within me. My hands, once accustomed to delicate surveying equipment, now moved with the practiced ease of a soldier. My mind, once focused on the contours of the earth, now processed threats beyond human comprehension. The memory of Miller of Petrova, of the endless, silent faces that stared at me from the fringes of my dreams, fueled a cold, hard determination. There would be no more easy victories, no more desperate gambles. This was war, and I was a soldier. My new team assembled in a secure hangar, the air thick with the scent of ozone and combat readiness. The Amazon mission, codenamed Green Inferno, was considered high priority. Two new faces, their expressions as grim and focused as my own, waited for my briefing. Agent Elias Vance was an older man, a former deep-cover operative with a network of contacts that reportedly rivaled entire intelligence agencies. His eyes, though perpetually tired, missed nothing. He was lean, wiry, and moved with a deceptive quietness. His specialty was infiltration and exfiltration, and he carried a custom-built suppressed shotgun that looked deceptively old-fashioned. Agent Chloe Echo Zhao was a communications and surveillance expert, young and brilliant, her fingers flying across a holographic interface even as she listened to my instructions. She was petite, but her gear was heavy, loaded with cutting-edge sensors, drones, and hacking tools. Her role was to ensure we weren't just blind and deaf in the jungle, but also invisible to anything that might be watching. She carried a compact, silenced submachine gun, but her true weapon was information. "Agent Carter," Vance greeted, his voice a low rumble. "Ready when you are." Echo offered a quick, professional nod, her eyes still scanning data. Initial satellite imagery of the Amazon site indicates unusually rapid biomass decay in a localized area, consistent with the Gobi's entropy acceleration, but the sheer volume of organic matter here is concerning. Potential for an unprecedented energy signature. My gut clenched. The Amazon, a place teeming with life, reduced to a biological void. The implications were horrifying. "All right," I began, my voice steady, projecting the authority I had learned to wield. "This isn't a recon, it's a hunt. The Keepers are escalating. They've adapted before. Assume they've adapted again. Our objective is simple: confirm the Nexus presence, neutralize it, and get out. No unnecessary risks, no heroics. We lose no one else on this mission. Is that clear?" Vance nodded, a grim set to his jaw. Echo looked up, her gaze meeting mine, a spark of fierce resolve in her dark eyes. Crystal clear, Agent Carter. The journey to the Amazon was punishing. We flew by unmarked cargo plane, then transferred to a specialized submersible vessel that navigated the intricate, often treacherous waterways of the rainforest. The air was a suffocating blanket of heat and humidity, a stark contrast to the Gobi's biting cold, but the underlying sense of dread was identical. As we neared the anomaly zone, the lush, vibrant canopy began to thin, not gradually, but abruptly. Towering trees, once teeming with life, stood as skeletal husks, their leaves withered, their bark desiccated and flaking. The rich, earthy smell of the rainforest was replaced by a sterile, acrid odor, like a chemical burn. Environmental sensors are spiking, Echo reported, her voice hushed, her face illuminated by the glow of her tablet. Biomass decay rates are exponential. Localized atmospheric pressure drops are significant, and there's a hum, low frequency, consistent. I felt it too, a subtle vibration in the air, a deep thrum that resonated in my chest. It wasn't the same as the flats, nor the Gobi. This hum was deeper, more ancient, more insidious, like a predator's purr. Monoliths ahead, Vance rumbled, pointing through the dense, dying foliage. They emerged from the jungle, not jagged and stark like their desert counterparts, but smooth, almost polished, and covered in intricate, swirling patterns that seemed to pulse faintly with an inner light. They were surrounded by a shimmering haze, blurring their outlines. As we disembarked from our stealth craft, fully geared and armed, the silence of the dying forest pressed in on us. No birds sang, no insects buzzed. Only the oppressive heat and the primal thrum of the anomaly remained. My resonance scanner glowed a steady, angry red, its readings off the charts. "This nexus is different," I murmured, my hand on my rifle. "The monoliths, they're not just conduits, they feel alive." Echo, her eyes wide, tapped furiously at her tablet. "Agent Carter, the patterns on these monoliths, they're not natural geological formations. They appear to be carvings, intricate symbols, and they're resonating with the ambient energy, acting like a circuit board, channeling and amplifying the Nexus's power." "Someone built these," Vance asked, his shotgun held ready. "Or something," I corrected, a chill running down my spine despite the oppressive heat. The keepers hadn't just stumbled upon existing conduits, they had actively engineered this manifestation. We advanced cautiously, our movements silent. The ground beneath our feet was no longer soft earth, but a compacted, sterile dust, littered with the husks of what had once been a vibrant ecosystem. The air was thick and heavy, a tangible presence that seemed to resist our every breath. As we broke through a final screen of dying vegetation, the full horror of the anomaly came into view. It wasn't a crater or a simple clearing. It was an enormous, perfectly circular basin, hundreds of yards across, carved out of the dense jungle. The walls of the basin were lined with dozens of the patterned monoliths, forming a colossal, bowl-shaped amphitheater. In the very center, where a colossal, ancient tree should have stood, a new nexus node rose. But it wasn't a spire or a cone. It was an intricate, organic-looking structure, a towering, pulsating heart of interwoven dark tendrils and crystalline protrusions, glowing with an intense violet light. It writhed as if alive, pulsating with a sickening rhythm that mirrored the hum in my chest. It felt both alien and terrifyingly biological. It was a monstrous, living engine. "What in God's name?" Vance breathed, his voice barely a whisper. Echo's comms crackled with alarm. Agent Carter, energy readings are off the scale, far exceeding Gobi levels. And wait, I'm detecting multiple discrete energy signatures within the nexus itself. Not just a nexus node, but it's a nest, a hive. Before she could finish, the pulsating heart of the nexus began to shimmer. Not one, not three, but dozens of keeper forms began to coalesce around it, emerging from the interwoven tendrils like insects from a monstrous hive. They were smaller than the ones I'd encountered before, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming, and they shimmered with a new, unsettling quality, a faint, bioluminescent glow like deep-sea creatures. The collective mental voice slammed into my mind, a chaotic symphony of rage and anticipation. The violators, you have come. We are ready. Your anger will fuel us. Your death will feed us. They're not just physical manifestations anymore, I gasped, the words barely escaping my throat. They're evolving. The Nexus is generating them. They're a swarm. Kinetic absorption is highly probable, Vance stated, his voice grim. We need a new approach. The resonance overload device, Carter, now. But before I could react, the swarm lunged. They moved with terrifying speed, a wave of shimmering, bioluminescent darkness. Echo, cover, I yelled, raising my rifle. Vance, keep them off me. Vance roared, unleashing a burst from his shotgun, not at the keepers directly, but at the ground in front of them, hoping to disrupt their movement. The specialized rounds exploded, sending shrapnel and sonic energy ripping through the air. It slowed them, but only for a moment. Echo's suppressed SMG chattered, spitting out a stream of light, but again, the rounds simply vanished into the keeper's shimmering forms. The mental assault intensified, 1,000 piercing voices tearing at my sanity. They're too many, Echo cried, her comms unit flickering. Their mental attacks, they're overwhelming my countermeasures. One of the smaller keepers broke through Vance's perimeter, lunging at Echo. She spun, but it was too fast. Its dark, shifting form made contact with her arm. Echo, I screamed, but it was too late. She froze, her eyes wide with terror, her body rigid. Her tablet clattered to the ground, its screen shattering. And within the shimmer of the keeper, a faint, ghostly copy of Echo began to form, her vital essence being absorbed. Rage, cold and pure, surged through me. Another one, not again. Vance, cover me, I'm going for the Nexus, I roared, activating my personal cloaking device. I had to get to that pulsing heart, that living engine, before it overwhelmed us all. Negative, Carter, too many, we need a tactical retreat. Thorne's voice crackled, desperate, through my comms unit. He had seen Echo's absorption. Retreat is not an option, I snarled, ripping off my comms, severing the connection. I couldn't let them die for me, not again. I moved, a shimmering blur, towards the massive, pulsating nexus. The air was a maelstrom of raw energy, the ground vibrating with violent force. The mental screams of the keepers hammered at my mind, trying to tear me apart, but I forced it back, focusing on the mission, on the faces of Miller and Petrova, and now Echo. Vance, a formidable soldier, unleashed a torrent of fire, desperately trying to hold back the swarm. His specialized shotgun rounds, designed for crowd control and area denial, exploded amongst the keepers, creating temporary distortions, buying me precious seconds. I reached the lip of the basin, the intricate carved monolith surrounding me, vibrating with a sinister power. Below, the living nexus pulsed, its tendrils writhing, spawning more keepers. My cloak was flickering violently, unable to cope with the sheer density of anomalous energy. I knew it wouldn't last. I unholstered my resonance overload device, its small form a stark contrast to the immense horror before me. It was designed for a single nexus node, not a hive. I needed to find a weakness, a central point of collapse. My eyes scanned the pulsating heart, the tendrils, the crystals, all interwoven. But there was a core, a central chamber, visible through a lattice of dark, biological matter, glowing with an even more intense, chaotic violet light. It was the source, the engine's heart. My cloaking device winked out. I was exposed. The swarm turned, a collective shriek of fury ripping through my mind. Dozens of shimmering forms surged towards me, their bioluminescent glow a terrifying spectacle in the dying forest. This sacrifice will be our ascension, their collective voice roared, 1,000 hungry mouths feeding on my fear. I ignored them, raising my rifle, its advanced targeting system locking onto the pulsing core within the nexus. I loaded a cluster of resonance rounds, designed to create a cascading sonic shockwave upon impact. This wasn't a single shot. It was a last resort, an all-or-nothing gamble. Life fired. The cluster of resonance rounds slammed into the Nexus's core with a deafening, sickening crack. The reaction was instantaneous and horrifying. The entire Nexus roared, a sound that was both a physical vibration and a psychic scream. The interwoven tendrils thrashed wildly, lashing out at the surrounding monoliths, sending shards of glowing, carved stone flying. The violet light intensified to a blinding supernova, then imploded inwards, pulling everything into its maw. The ground shuddered, the basin walls cracked, and the jungle itself seemed to recoil from the epicenter of raw, destructive power. The swarm of keepers caught in the implosion vanished, not dissolving but simply ceasing to exist, ripped from our reality in an instant, their psychic screams abruptly silenced. The implosion tore at the fabric of space, creating a violent, localized vacuum, a sucking void that pulled everything inwards. I felt myself being dragged towards it, the air screaming past me. I clung desperately to the edge of a shattered monolith, my fingers tearing, my nails breaking. Then a blinding flash of pure white light, followed by a profound, absolute silence. The shockwave, when it came, was delayed but devastating. It slammed into me, tearing me from my precarious hold, throwing me backwards, sending me tumbling into darkness. My head hit something hard, a sickening crunch, and the world dissolved into a chaotic swirl of stars and agony. Consciousness returned in fits and starts. I was lying in a heap amidst smoking, glowing debris. The basin was gone. The immense, living nexus was gone. In its place was a vast, perfectly circular void, a scorched patch of utter nothingness, shimmering faintly with residual heat. The jungle beyond was scarred, trees shattered, the ground torn and blasted. The silence was absolute, deeper than the Gobi, a terrifying, consuming vacuum. I pushed myself up, groaning, my head pounding, a searing pain tearing through my temple. My hand came away covered in blood. I had done it. Again. I had stopped them. Again. But at what cost? My eyes darted around, searching for Vance, for Echo. The destruction was total. Nothing remained but the charred, smoking earth and the distant, skeletal remains of the jungle. Vance, Echo, I croaked, my voice raw, filled with a desperate, burgeoning dread. Report. No answer, only the oppressive silence. I stumbled through the devastation, my mind reeling, my vision blurry. The ground was cold, sterile, lifeless. There was nothing. No bodies, no equipment, just the utter, consuming void. They were gone, both of them, swallowed by the implosion, repurposed, erased. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow, driving me to my knees. The grief, the guilt, the raw, searing anger threatened to consume me. Miller, Petrova, now Vance and Echo. They were all gone, taken by the same enemy for the same cause, my cause. A crackle in my comms unit, my spare unit, tucked deep in my pack, had somehow survived. Carter, report, what the hell happened? We lost all telemetry. That energy spike, it was off the charts. Thorn here. I fumbled for the comms, my hands shaking. Thorn, it's gone. The Nexus, it's gone. But Vance and Echo, they're gone too, consumed. My voice broke, cracking with unshed tears. The silence of the void was a shroud around me. A long, chilling silence from Thorn, then a heavy sigh, thick with grim resignation. Understood, Carter. Casualties are always a risk. Agent Carter, are you coherent? Are you injured? I'm alive, I rasped, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. Head wound, nothing major, but another one, two more. Thorn, they're all gone. The weight of the losses was immense, a crushing burden on my soul. I know, Carter, I understand, Thorn said, his voice flat, devoid of emotion, yet with an underlying current of grim acceptance. You made a tactical decision under extreme duress. You saved the mission. You prevented a potential global incursion, but the cost is always too high. What now? I asked, my voice hollow, staring at the empty void where the monstrous Nexus had stood. The silence was absolute, terrifying. We extract immediately, Thorn commanded. We'll send a cleanup crew for retrieval and data collection, but your primary objective is to get out of there. Now, the submersible is on its way to your last known coordinates. Get to the rendezvous point, Carter. That's an order. I looked around the devastation, the skeletal trees, the scarred earth. There was nothing left here, nothing but ghosts and the chilling silence. I was alone again. I began the long, painful trek back through the dying jungle, my head throbbing, my body aching, my mind a storm of grief and fury. Every step was a struggle, every breath a reminder of the two souls lost, absorbed into the nameless horror I had just vanquished. As I walked, a new sensation began to creep into my awareness. The negative energy signature that Dr. T had spoken of in the Gobi, the localized vacuum. Here, it was far more pronounced. The air itself felt thin, attenuated, as if the very essence of reality had been sucked out of this place. My resonance scanner, instead of glowing red, flickered erratically, then displayed a chilling reading, a deep, profound negative energy, a void that actively drained ambient energy from the environment. Thorn, I rasped into my comms, my voice shaking. The negative energy signature, it's here, worse than Gobi. It feels like a wound, a gaping hole in reality. It's draining everything. Acknowledged, Carter, Thorn replied, his voice grave. Dr. Eris Thorn's analysis from the Gobi site indicated this possibility. He theorized that destroying a Nexus spire, especially one of that magnitude, could create a localized dimensional vacuum. The Amazon Nexus was exponentially more powerful. The ramifications, they could be catastrophic. Catastrophic how? I asked, my blood running cold. A dimensional vacuum, a tear in reality, isn't just inert. It's an unstable anomaly in itself, Thorn explained, his voice laced with scientific dread. It could act as an inverted portal, drawing energy out of our reality. or it could become a new, far more dangerous type of conduit, a siphon, a bridge for something far worse to manifest. My stomach churned, not a gate for keepers, but a hole that might drain our world or allow something even more alien, more powerful to force its way through. This wasn't just containment anymore, it was existential dread. The submersible arrived at the rendezvous point, its hull cloaked against detection. The pilot, another grim-faced operative, said nothing as I climbed aboard, my gear heavy, my spirit heavier. The journey back was in silence, save for the rhythmic hum of the engines. I returned to the DACR fob, my body battered, my mind scarred. Thorn was waiting. He looked at me, his eyes sharp, assessing, but with a flicker of something that might have been pity. "You've done it again, Carter," he said, his voice low, measured. "You've severed another major connection point, but at a terrible cost." He gestured to a large holographic display that now showed a global map, bristling with even more red dots than before. They're reacting, more intensely. The Amazon Nexus, it seems to have been a linchpin. Its destruction has sent shockwaves through their entire network. "The negative energy signature," I reminded him, my voice hoarse. "What are we doing about that?" Thorne's jaw tightened. Dr. T is working on it. He believes it's an unprecedented phenomenon, a self-propagating dimensional rift potentially. He's calling it a reality void. The Gobi one is expanding. The Amazon one is immense. It's creating a localized anti-reality zone. We don't know how to stop it, let alone weaponize it. "Weaponize it," I scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping my lips. "It killed my team, Thorne. It's unmaking the world." "Perhaps," Thorne said, his gaze unwavering, "or perhaps it is a necessary evil, a consequence of fighting a war we barely understand. We learn from every engagement, Carter. We adapt." He paused, then looked me straight in the eye. "But there's more. The new anomalies, they're not just dormant monoliths activating. Some of them are appearing in entirely new locations, without any prior geological markers. They're manifesting without their usual anchor points." My blood ran cold. What does that mean? It means they're no longer reliant on the monoliths as heavily as we thought, or they've found a new way to manifest. The destruction of the Amazon Nexus, a major hub for their collective consciousness, seems to have forced them into a new, more desperate strategy. They're probing the dimensional barriers directly, creating temporary, unstable gateways anywhere they can. The implications were terrifying. The war was no longer confined to remote, isolated zones. It was coming to the cities, the populated areas everywhere. "We need to anticipate their next move," Thorne continued, his voice grim. "Dr. T's analysis suggests their goal isn't just retaliation, but to establish a new primary nexus node, one even more powerful, capable of sustaining their presence without relying on existing conduits. A nexus that could serve as a permanent bridge between their reality and ours." "Where?" I asked, my voice steady, the grief hardening into resolve. "That's the question. We've been poring through historical data, analyzing energy patterns, looking for any recurring anomalies, any whispers of something bigger, and we found it." Thorne gestured to the holographic map. A single, small, flickering dot appeared, distinct from all the other red anomalies. It was in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. "Then underwater anomaly?" I asked, surprised. "Not just underwater, deep ocean. The Mariana Trench, the deepest known part of Earth's oceans. We've had low-level, intermittent energy spikes from that region for decades, always dismissed as geothermal activity, deep-sea seismic events. But now Dr. T's new algorithms, incorporating the Amazon and Gobi data, suggest it's far more than that. It's a dormant supernexus, an ancient, colossal anchor point that has remained untouched for millennia, and it's starting to stir. A dormant supernexus. The words resonated with a terrifying power. They're going for the deepest, most secure, most inaccessible point on the planet. I realized, my mind racing, piecing together the fragments. They're trying to build a new gateway, one we can't reach, one that will grant them permanent access. Thorn nodded, his face grim. Precisely. If they succeed in activating that super nexus, establishing a fully operational node at that depth, the war is over, Carter. We lose, it would be irreversible. We'd be overrun. My stomach tightened. The stakes had never been higher. This wasn't just about containment anymore. It was about preventing a full-scale invasion, an extinction-level event. "What's the plan?" I asked, my voice betraying no emotion, just a cold, calculating resolve. "This is it, Carter, the final push. We assemble the most elite team DACR has. We go to the Mariana Trench. We stop them, before they awaken it, before they build it." Thorn looked me straight in the eye. "You'll be leading the charge, Agent Carter. Your unique insight, your ability to understand their nature, their weaknesses, it's our only hope." I stood there, the weight of the world settling onto my shoulders. The faces of Miller, Petrova, Vance, Echo flashed in my mind, their sacrifices demanding retribution. This was it, the culmination of everything. My training, my experience, my grief, all coalesced into a single, burning purpose. I would not fail. "I'm ready, Agent Thorn," I said, my voice firm, unwavering. "When do we move?" Thorn's expression softened, a rare, almost imperceptible nod of respect. "Immediately. This mission, Carter, is not just about survival. It's about fighting for every life that has been lost and for every life that still breathes on this planet. It's about proving that humanity will not yield." He turned to a holographic display, which now showed a detailed topographical map of the Mariana Trench, a terrifying, dark chasm plunging into the abyssal depths. A single, ominous red dot pulsed at its very bottom. The team for the Mariana Trench mission was unlike any I had seen before. Thorn had indeed pulled out all the stops. We were a small, highly specialized unit, each member an expert in their field, seasoned by years of shadow warfare against the inexplicable. Dr. Eris Thorn, Dr. T, was there, his nervous energy replaced by a focused intensity. His role was crucial, real-time analysis of the deep-sea environment, the Nexus energy signatures, and the developing reality voids. He carried a ruggedized tablet overflowing with complex algorithms and a custom-built, miniaturized deep-sea resonance scanner, far more powerful than anything I'd used before. Admiral Anya Sharma, a veteran deep-sea combat specialist, was our tactical lead for the underwater operations. Her presence commanded respect. Her face was etched with the lines of countless perilous missions, her eyes sharp and unblinking. She moved with the silent authority of someone who had faced death in the crushing darkness of the deep and emerged victorious. She carried a highly modified deep-sea assault rifle, adapted for sustained underwater combat. Specialist Kenji Tanaka was our deep-sea infiltration and demolitions expert. Young, but with a reputation for impossible feats, Tanaka was a master of silent movement in extreme aquatic environments and the precise placement of exotic explosives. He was quiet, almost reclusive, but his hands, when he worked, moved with astonishing speed and precision. He carried a backpack bristling with specialized shaped charges and a suite of underwater cutting tools. Our transport was the Deep Sentinel, a state-of-the-art DACR submersible, cloaked, silent, and capable of withstanding the immense pressures of the trench. It was sleek, black, and bristled with advanced sensor arrays and weapon systems. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with a palpable tension. "All right, team," I began, addressing them in the cramped briefing room within the submersible, the muted hum of the engines the only sound. "This is it, the Mariana Trench. We're going to the deepest part of the ocean, into a pressure environment that would crush lesser craft. We know the Keepers are trying to activate a dormant supernexus. Our mission is to prevent that activation at all costs." Dr. T adjusted his glasses, his voice steady. "My latest models indicate the supernexus is a colossal geological formation, far larger and more ancient than any monolith structure we've encountered. It's been inert for millennia, but the Keeper incursions, specifically the Gobi and Amazon destructions, have sent ripples through their network, awakening dormant nodes, including this one. They are now actively trying to establish a permanent nexus node within it." "How deep are we talking?" Tanaka asked, his voice calm. 11,000 meters, Admiral Sharma stated, her voice devoid of emotion. "The Challenger deep. The pressure at that depth is over 1,000 times that at sea level. One structural failure and we're paced." "And the Keepers," I asked, looking at Dr. T, "what can we expect at that depth? Will they be different, more powerful?" "Given their adaptability and the sheer power of a supernexus," Dr. T replied, his brow furrowed, "I anticipate an unprecedented level of manifestation. Their physical forms might be denser, more robust, specifically adapted to the extreme pressure. And their mental attacks, they could be exponentially more potent, tailored to exploit our claustrophobia, our fear of the crushing darkness." "Assume full kinetic absorption," Admiral Sharma interjected. "Our standard deep-sea weapons, while powerful, will likely be ineffective. We'll be relying on sonic and resonance weaponry and Tanaka's specialized charges." Tanaka gave a curt nod, his expression unreadable. "And the reality voids?" I asked, the chilling concept of the draining rifts still fresh in my mind. Dr. T's face tightened. "My models predict that once the supernexus becomes active, the resulting implosion from its destruction could create a reality void of unimaginable scale. It could destabilize the entire region, potentially causing a global energy drain, even widespread dimensional collapse. It's why we must stop them before they fully activate it. Containment of a void that large, it's beyond our current capabilities." My gut clenched. The stakes were truly planetary. The descent into the Challenger deep was a slow, surreal journey into an alien world. The submersible's powerful lights cut through the inky blackness, illuminating bizarre deep-sea creatures, fleeting glimpses of bioluminescent life in an otherwise lifeless void. The pressure outside mounted with every meter, the deep sentinel groaning under the immense weight of the ocean, a constant, low thrum filling the cabin. As we neared the bottom, the ambient temperature plummeted. The water itself seemed to grow denser, colder, and then the hum began. It wasn't a vibration in the air, but a pervasive thrum that resonated through the submersible's hull, vibrating in our very bones. It was ancient, primal, a slow, powerful pulse that spoke of immense, latent power stirring from a deep slumber. "Energy readings increasing exponentially," Dr. T announced, his voice tight. "The supernexus is awakening. The hum, it's a form of ultra-low frequency resonance, propagating through the water itself." Admiral Sharma moved to the controls, her hands precise. "Deploying stealth field. We're approaching the target zone. Visibility will be minimal. Rely on your sensors." The submersible's powerful lights dimmed, replaced by the faint glow of our internal displays. We were plunged into an even deeper darkness, a profound, crushing blackness that seemed to swallow all light, all sound. Then, through the sensors, the super nexus came into view. It was immense, not a single monolith, but a colossal, intricate mountain range of black, crystalline structures stretching for miles across the abyssal plain. It wasn't just a formation, it was a vast, ancient city of alien architecture, rising from the ocean floor like a monstrous, forgotten monument. And from its very heart, a new nexus node was beginning to coalesce. It was smaller than the Amazon nexus, but growing rapidly, an intensely glowing violet object pulsating at the core of the crystalline city. It was a beacon drawing energy, drawing power. Confirmed super nexus activation in progress, I stated, my voice steady despite the awe and terror that gripped me. The node is forming. This is our window. We strike now. Admiral Sharma nodded, deploying assault submersibles. Tanaka, prepare your charges. Dr. T, keep me updated on energy fluctuations. Carter, you're on point for threat assessment and nexus targeting. The Deep Sentinel launched two smaller, agile assault submersibles, designed for infiltration and close-quarters combat in extreme depths. Tanaka and I took one, Admiral Sharma and Dr. T the other. We would approach from two different vectors, maximizing our chances of reaching the node. The assault submersibles moved like silent, predatory fish through the crushing darkness, our sonar and advanced sensors painting a terrifying picture of the alien city. The hum intensified, a throbbing heartbeat that pressed in on our minds, a psychic assault that even the submersible's advanced shielding struggled to counter. Keepers incoming, Dr. T's voice crackled over the comms, urgency in his tone. Multiple signatures, far denser, more concentrated than anything we've seen before. Through the sonar, I saw them. Not shimmering forms in the water, but dense, almost solid shapes, moving with startling speed through the abyssal depths. They were larger, more angular, with a faint, chilling bioluminescence that pulsed with the super nexus's hum. They've adapted to the extreme pressure, Admiral Sharma stated, her voice grim. They're leveraging the density of the water as an advantage. Kinetic weapons will be useless. Tanaka, arm your cluster charges, I commanded, my hand already on the controls for my submersible's forward-mounted resonance cannon. It was a powerful sonic weapon, capable of disrupting energy fields, but it had a limited firing arc and took time to charge. Charges armed and ready, Tanaka replied, his voice calm, focused. The Keepers were upon us. Their mental attacks were overwhelming, a collective roar that vibrated through the submersible, blurring my vision, trying to tear apart my sanity. Memories flashed. Miller, Petrova, Vance, Echo. Their faces twisted in agony, their last moments replayed in my mind. Block it out, Carter, Admiral Sharma's voice snapped, cutting through the mental assault. Focus on the mission. I took a deep breath, forcing the images back, channeling the pain into a cold, hard resolve. This was it, for them, for everyone. I fired the resonance cannon. A powerful burst of focused sonic energy erupted from my submersible, slamming into the lead keeper. Its dense form wavered, momentarily distorted, but it held. It was far more resilient than anything I had faced before. Ineffective, I cursed, reloading the cannon. They're absorbing the resonance they've learned. They're adapting in real time, Dr. T gasped, his voice strained. The super nexus is empowering them, evolving them. It's accelerating their learning capacity. We're not going to break through their defenses with standard resonance, Admiral Sharma declared. Tanaka, your cluster charges. They're our only option for area denial. Target the groups closest to Carter's submersible. Clear a path to the Nexus node. Tanaka nodded, releasing a volley of small, torpedo-like devices. They streaked through the water, impacting the dense mass of keepers. Each device detonated with a focused sonic implosion, creating temporary voids in the water, disrupting the keepers' forms, but again, only for a moment. They reformed denser, faster, their bioluminescence intensifying. "They're too many, Carter," Admiral Sharma's voice crackled, "and their forms are becoming increasingly stable. We're not slowing." "They're too many, Carter," Admiral Sharma's voice crackled, "and their forms are becoming increasingly stable. We're not slowing them down." The mental assault intensified, a cacophony of alien screams and whispers that clawed at the edges of my sanity. Memories of Miller, Petrova, Vance, Echo flashed before my eyes, their final moments distorted into grotesque caricatures. The pressure of the deep, combined with the psychic onslaught, was crushing. My vision blurred, and a throbbing pain flared behind my eyes. "We need a direct path to that node," I roared, pushing back against the mental tide. "Tanaka, do you have anything that can create a sustained disruption?" "Affirmative, Agent Carter," Tanaka replied, his voice calm amidst the chaos. "I have a prototype sonic lance. It's untested at this depth, but it emits a focused, sustained high-frequency pulse. It's designed for cutting through abyssal rock formations, but it might disrupt their coherence if held long enough on a single target." "Then use it," Admiral Sharma commanded. "Carter, suppress with the cannon as best you can. Tanaka, target their densest formations. Try to create an opening. Dr. T, any weaknesses, any new data." Dr. T's voice was strained, but his intellect was still razor-sharp. The Super Nexus is acting as a collective consciousness, a massive amplifier for their psychic abilities and adaptive evolution. The patterns on the crystalline structures, they're resonating with the keepers, providing a feedback loop. We need to break that loop. "How?" I asked, charging the resonance cannon again, unleashing another burst into the swirling mass of keepers. This time the lead keeper shimmered more violently, its form momentarily dissolving into chaotic light, but it quickly reasserted itself, even denser than before. My blood ran cold. They were not just adapting, they were learning to integrate the resonance. The crystalline structures themselves, they are not just conduits, they are the Nexus's sensory organs, its defensive matrix. Dr. T exclaimed, a note of desperation entering his voice. "If we can disable a section of the perimeter structures, it might disrupt the feedback and destabilize the keeper forms." "Tanaka, pivot," Admiral Sharma ordered. "Forget clearing a path. We need to disable those perimeter crystals. Can your sonic lance cut through them?" "Negative, Admiral," Tanaka responded, his voice still unnervingly steady. "The lance is for focused cutting. These structures are massive. A sustained, wide-area disruption would require something else." "My specialized explosives," Tanaka then added, his mind already working through the problem. "I have 3 breach charges. They're designed for seismic disruption, generating a localized vibrational cascade through solid rock. We place them strategically on a section of the perimeter crystals, detonate them simultaneously, and it should create a significant disruption in the feedback loop." "How much time do you need for placement?" I asked, my submersible dodging a swift, angular keeper that lunged at me, its bioluminescent glow a terrifying flash in the darkness. Each charge requires direct contact and a secure anchor point, Tanaka replied. Approximately 5 minutes per charge to ensure proper adherence and maximize effect. 15 minutes total for placement. Once placed, I can trigger them remotely from the submersible. 15 minutes. It felt like an eternity. We were already struggling to hold them off. Admiral Dr. T, I said, my voice grim. We need to buy Tanaka 15 minutes. Can your submersible create a distraction, draw their attention away from his placement zones? We can try, Admiral Sharma replied, her voice firm, but their collective focus is on us. We are the immediate threat. Any deviation from our approach to the node will be perceived as a weakness. Then we lean into it, I declared. Admiral, you and Dr. T push towards the node. Make them think you're going for the main target. I'll keep their numbers thinned as best I can with the resonance cannon. Tanaka, you get those charges placed. Focus on 3 large, interconnected crystalline structures that seem to be channeling the most energy. Understood, Agent Carter, Tanaka responded. Confirmed, Carter, Admiral Sharma said. Dr. T, prepare counter-frequency emitters. If we can flood their mental attack with white noise, it might buy us some psychological reprieve. Already on it, Admiral, Dr. T chirped, a renewed sense of purpose in his voice. The 2 assault submersibles split, Admiral Sharma and Dr. T peeling off towards the glowing violet Nexus node, drawing the immediate attention of a significant portion of the Keeper swarm. I stayed back, unleashing another blast from my resonance cannon, momentarily scattering a group that had started to close in on Tanaka's submersible. Tanaka, a ghost in the abyssal darkness, began his perilous task. His small submersible was equipped with articulated manipulator arms, nimble and precise. He guided them to the massive crystalline structures, carefully affixing the first breach charge. The Keepers, empowered by the Super Nexus, were a terrifying force. They moved with an unsettling fluidity through the dense water, their bioluminescent forms creating ghostly trails. Their mental attacks were a relentless barrage, a choir of cosmic horror. I gritted my teeth, focusing on the shimmering node, channeling my anger, my grief, into a shield against their psychic assault. Admiral Sharma's submersible, despite its stealth, was now drawing the full fury of the Keepers. Their forms crashed against its hull, causing alarms to blare. The mental screams from that sector of the battlefield were deafening. They're attempting to override our shields, Dr. T yelled, his voice strained. Their collective mental force is creating localized energy fields that are disrupting our systems. Hold fast, Dr. T. Admiral Sharma's voice was a low growl of pure determination. We just need to draw them. Carter, how's Tanaka progressing? First charge placed. Tanaka's calm voice cut through the comms, moving to second. 1 down, 2 to go. 10 more minutes. I fired the resonance cannon again, catching a cluster of Keepers that were detaching from the main swarm, beginning to converge on Tanaka. The blast caused them to writhe, but they did not dissolve. They were stronger, more focused. My cannon was barely a deterrent now. Carter, they're adapting to the resonance faster than we can fire, Dr. T exclaimed, his data streams undoubtedly showing the terrifying acceleration of their evolution. The Super Nexus is rapidly modifying their energy absorption properties. We are losing effectiveness. My heart sank. My primary weapon was becoming useless. We were quickly running out of options. Then an idea, born of desperation and the memory of previous encounters. Dr. T, can you overload the energy output of your counter-frequency emitters, not for mental white noise, but as a concentrated, high-frequency sonic burst. Potentially, Dr. T replied, his voice thoughtful despite the ongoing barrage. It would require bypassing safety protocols and could damage the emitters, but yes, it's theoretically possible. It would be a single, extremely powerful burst, not sustained. Good, I said. Admiral, get close to the Nexus node. Dr. T, prepare that burst. Once Tanaka has the charges set, we detonate them. That will create a momentary disruption in the perimeter. At that exact moment, Dr. T, you hit the node with your overloaded burst. It won't destroy it, but it might create enough internal chaos to allow Tanaka's next move. Next move, Admiral Sharma queried. Tanaka, you have any charges that can destabilize the Nexus node itself once its outer defenses are compromised? I asked. Affirmative, Tanaka said, his submersible now securing the second breach charge. I have a core implosion charge. It's a highly focused, extremely volatile device designed to target and collapse an energy singularity. It needs to be placed directly onto the Nexus node, and it has a very short fuse once armed. Perfect, I breathed. That's the plan. Admiral Dr. T, draw the keepers, then hit the node with the overloaded burst when the perimeter charges detonate. Tanaka, once that internal chaos is created, you move in and place the core implosion charge on the node. I'll provide what cover I can. It's a high-risk maneuver, but it's our only shot. Understood, Admiral Sharma confirmed, her voice grim but resolute. Dr. T, prepare the emitters. Preparing now, Admiral, Dr. T responded, a flurry of hurried keystrokes audible over the comms. Second charge placed, Tanaka announced, moving to third and final position. 5 more minutes. The pressure was suffocating, both from the abyss and the unfolding battle. My submersible was taking hits now, the keepers growing bolder, less deterred by my weakening resonance cannon. Warning lights flickered on my dashboard. Carter, a massive concentration of keepers is breaking off from the main swarm, Dr. T yelled, his voice filled with alarm. They're heading directly for Tanaka. I turned my submersible, unleashing a desperate, full-power blast from the resonance cannon, hoping to intercept them. The wave of keepers momentarily faltered, but they were too many, too dense. They absorbed the energy, using it somehow to accelerate. Tanaka, you've got incoming, I shouted. Can you place that last charge under fire? I'll manage, Agent Carter, Tanaka replied, his voice still unnervingly calm. His submersible was already swiveling, its manipulator arms working with frantic speed, affixing the third and final breach charge to a colossal crystalline spire. The keepers slammed into Tanaka's submersible, their impact shaking my own craft. Alarms blared from his end of the comms. Tanaka, status, I demanded. A grunt of effort from Tanaka. Charge is secured, initiating remote detonation sequence. My heart hammered against my ribs. All teams prepare for detonation. Admiral Dr. T, prepare your burst. Tanaka, detonate on my mark. The keepers continued their relentless assault, their forms pressing against my submersible, their mental screams of pure agony in my head. I could almost feel their cold, alien consciousness probing my mind, searching for weakness for a way in. Mark, I roared. Detonating, Tanaka's voice. A series of violent, focused implosions erupted across the perimeter of the crystalline city. The three breach charges, designed for seismic disruption, tore through the massive structures, not with explosions of light, but with profound, concussive force that shattered the black crystals inwards, creating localized voids in the abyssal plain. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The hum of the supernexus faltered, stuttering like a dying heart. The intense violet light of the node dimmed, flickering erratically. The keepers, caught in the immediate proximity, writhed, their forms briefly dissolving into chaotic motes of light, their mental screams fracturing into a chorus of confusion and pain. The feedback loop was broken. Now Dr. T, Admiral Sharma's voice sliced through the chaos. Firing overloaded burst, Dr. T cried. A concentrated, invisible beam of high-frequency sonic energy lanced out from Admiral Sharma's submersible, slamming into the exposed Nexus node. It was a purely internal attack, targeting the node's core. The node shrieked, a high-pitched, agonizing sound that vibrated through the water, through the very hull of my submersible. The violet light of the node flared, then imploded inwards, creating a visible vortex of raw, chaotic energy within its structure. "Go, Tanaka, go," I yelled. "Get that core implosion charge in there." Tanaka's submersible, despite having taken heavy damage, surged forward, a silent, determined spear. He navigated through the swirling energy vortex, his manipulator arms extending, holding the core implosion charge, a small, dark sphere, towards the Node's exposed core. The keepers, still reeling from the perimeter disruption and the node's internal chaos, were momentarily disorganized, but they were rapidly recovering. Their bioluminescence flared anew, their forms solidifying, and a new, more terrifying collective scream began to build in my mind. They were learning, adapting, regenerating faster than we could hit them. "They're reforming, coming for Tanaka," Dr. T yelled, his voice laced with alarm. "I'm on it," I said, unleashing my resonance cannon again, a desperate, fading attempt to buy time. The blast still caused a momentary ripple, but it was like throwing pebbles at a charging elephant. Tanaka's submersible reached the node. His manipulator arm, with incredible precision, pushed the core implosion charge directly into the heart of the swirling energy vortex. A tiny red light on the charge pulsed, indicating activation. "Charge placed, initiating short fuse," Tanaka announced, his voice tight with exertion. His submersible immediately reversed course, pulling away from the node at maximum speed. "Everyone full evasive, get clear," Admiral Sharma roared. "Carter, Tanaka, retreat back to the deep sentinel. Dr. T, maintain energy readings, but be ready for extreme shockwaves." My submersible spun, adrenaline surging through me. The core implosion charge had a short fuse. We had seconds, not minutes. The keepers, sensing our retreat and the impending detonation, surged forward with renewed fury, their mental screams reaching an unbearable crescendo. They were faster, more aggressive, desperate to prevent the inevitable. One of the denser keepers slammed into my starboard side, tearing at the hull. Alarms screamed inside my cabin. I felt a sudden, sickening lurch as my submersible lost control, spinning wildly. "Carter, status," Admiral Sharma's voice was urgent. "Taking heavy hits, losing control," I gasped, wrestling with the unresponsive controls, trying to regain steerage, to point away from the impending implosion. Then a blinding flash of pure, concentrated violet light erupted from the Nexus node. Not an explosion outwards, but an instantaneous, violent implosion inwards, a terrifying sucking void that consumed everything. The colossal crystalline city of the supernexus shuddered, groaned, and then began to collapse, fracturing and shattering with devastating speed. The very abyssal plain beneath us convulsed. The keepers caught in the proximity were not just dissolved, they were instantly, utterly erased, ripped from existence with no scream, no residue, just a profound, terrifying absence. The implosion tore at the fabric of space and time, creating a monstrous, localized vacuum, a dimensional maw that swallowed the ocean itself. I felt an unimaginable force wrenching at my submersible, dragging it towards the maw. My teeth clenched, my muscles straining against the G-forces, but it was useless. We were being pulled in. Brace for impact. Admiral Sharma's voice was a desperate shout, abruptly cut off as the implosion consumed her. No, not again. My submersible was engulfed in a maelstrom of raw energy, twisted metal, and crushing pressure. A terrifying white light flared, then blackness. My head slammed against the console, a sickening crack, and the world dissolved into a chaotic swirl of agony and oblivion. Consciousness returned slowly, painfully. I was suspended in a void, a chilling, absolute blackness that seemed to stretch forever. There was no sound, no light, no sense of up or down. I couldn't feel my body, but I knew I existed, a tiny spark of awareness adrift in nothingness. The Keeper's mental chorus was gone. The hum of the super nexus was gone. There was only the profound, terrifying silence. Had I been consumed, repurposed? Was this the void that Dr. T had spoken of? Not a physical place, but an absence of reality itself. A memory, vivid and agonizing, flashed in my mind. The face of Admiral Sharma, etched with determination, her voice cut off mid-sentence. Dr. T's frantic keystrokes. Tanaka's calm, resolute placement of the charge. All gone, all absorbed. The grief, the guilt, was a tangible weight, crushing me even in this formless void. I had failed them. I had failed to protect them. Again. But then a flicker, a faint, distant light. It was barely perceptible, a tiny pinprick in the infinite black. I focused on it, on that single, fragile spark. It was a lifeline in the darkness, a distant echo of reality. I willed myself towards it, pouring every ounce of my ephemeral consciousness into movement, into escape. The flicker grew slowly, imperceptibly. It resolved into a shimmering, distorted tunnel of light, twisting and turning through the blackness. It was like looking through a kaleidoscope made of shattered dimensions. I felt a subtle shift, a sensation of being pulled, stretched, then compressed. My body slowly, agonizingly, began to reassert itself. First a vague sense of form, then the agonizing throb of my head, the burning in my lungs. I was solidifying, reconstituting, being expelled. With a final, violent lurch, I was ejected from the tunnel, slamming onto something solid, wet, and cold. I coughed, my lungs burning, gasping for air. Water, salt water. I was breathing, I was alive. My eyes fluttered open, struggling to focus. I was lying on a patch of uneven, jagged ground, illuminated by a faint, eerie blue light. The air was thick, heavy, tasting of ozone and salt. I pushed myself up, groaning, my head throbbing, my entire body screaming in protest. My deep-sea suit was battered, scarred, but miraculously intact. My comms unit was dead. My resonance overload device was gone. My rifle, I couldn't tell if it was still strapped to me. All I knew was the searing pain and the fact that I was breathing. I looked around. I was no longer in the Mariana Trench. The vast, crushing darkness of the abyss was gone. Instead, I was in an enormous cavernous space, illuminated by an ethereal blue light that seemed to emanate from the very air. The ground was a jagged, crystalline landscape, rising and falling into impossibly tall spires and deep chasms. The walls of the cavern stretched upwards, dissolving into a shimmering, indistinct haze that seemed to shift and swirl with patterns of pure energy. Above me, not an ocean, but a ceiling of swirling, nebulous clouds, pulsing with soft, violet light, and everywhere a profound, absolute silence. Not the silence of the abyss, but the silence of a place utterly devoid of life, of sound, of reality as I knew it. This wasn't Earth. This wasn't any place I had ever seen or read about. This was another dimension. A vast, echoing emptiness, a landscape born of pure energy and crystallized thought. And the blue light, the violet clouds, the shimmering walls, it was all infused with a familiar energy signature, a faint, undeniable echo of the Nexus. I stood swaying, my mind struggling to process the impossible. The implosion hadn't just destroyed the super nexus. It had somehow torn a hole, not into a void, but into another reality, and I had been pulled through. My eyes darted around, searching for any sign of my team, any remnant of the deep sentinel. Nothing, just the alien landscape and the chilling silence. Then a flicker of movement. A shadow, long and impossibly thin, stretched across the crystalline ground. I spun, my hand instinctively reaching for my rifle, but it was gone. My pistol was still holstered, a small comfort. I drew it, my hands shaking. The shadow resolved into a form. It was tall, impossibly slender, and moved with a terrifying grace. Its body was composed of the same dark, crystalline material as the surrounding landscape, shimmering with the ethereal blue light. But it was a keeper, not as I knew them. This entity was different. It had a head, elongated and smooth, with no discernible features, just an empty, reflective surface that seemed to absorb all light. Its limbs were long, segmented, ending in delicate, sharp digits, and it radiated a palpable aura of ancient, intelligent power. It moved silently, gliding across the crystal floor, its movements precise, deliberate. It was observing me. And then a voice, not a psychic scream, not a chaotic chorus, but a single, clear, resonant voice that echoed directly into my mind, chilling me to the bone. The trespasser, AWAKNS, a residue of chaos, a fragment of interference. It wasn't speaking English or any language I knew, but the meaning was clear, imprinted directly onto my consciousness. I aimed my pistol, my finger hovering over the trigger. "Who are you? Where am I?" I demanded, my voice raw, breaking the profound silence of this alien world. The entity tilted its head, a gesture of unsettling curiosity. "We are the constructs, the architects, the keepers of the threshold. This is the realm of eternal stasis, the antechamber." The constructs, the architects, not the keepers I knew. These were something else, something older, more powerful. The true masterminds behind the keepers, perhaps. "The Nexus," I said, my voice trembling, but I forced myself to stand firm. "The Super Nexus. What was it? What is this place?" "The Nexus is a conduit, a seam in the veil, a pathway to rejuvenation," the construct replied, its voice resonating with an almost melodic quality, utterly devoid of emotion. "Your destructive interference has ripped a wound in the fabric. You have forced entry." "Rejuvenation," I repeated, my mind racing. "You're draining our reality for rejuvenation." Your reality is chaotic, fragmented, impermanent, the construct stated, its voice growing subtly stronger, filling the vast space. It is a resource. We consume the chaos. We repurpose the essence. We seek harmony through assimilation. Harmony through assimilation. The horrifying implication hit me with full force. They weren't just taking lives, they were consuming entire realities, entire universes, to achieve some form of cosmic balance, to escape their own eternal stasis. You're destroying worlds, I whispered, the enormity of their goal sinking in. We are bringing order to disorder, extending the cycle, the construct replied, its form subtly shifting, growing taller, more imposing. The supernexus was to be the final anchor, the permanent bridge. Your annoying, repetitive interference has delayed the inevitable, but you have also provided an opportunity. What opportunity? I asked, my heart pounding. Your essence, your resistance. IT is unique, the construct said, its empty gaze seeming to pierce directly into my soul. A flaw in the system, a fractal of defiance. It is of interest. Its words were chilling. They weren't just observing, they were studying me. My ability to resist their mental attacks, my determination to fight back, was something they hadn't encountered before. You won't get anything from me, I snarled, my resolve hardening. The construct remained utterly impassive. Your predecessors, they are here, within the essence of the nexus. Their fragments sustain our process. My blood ran cold. Miller, Petrova, Vance, Echo, they weren't just gone. They were here somehow, absorbed into this alien infrastructure, their life forces fueling this cosmic horror. Rage, pure and blinding, surged through me, overriding the pain, the fear, the impossible reality of my situation. You repurposed them, you killed them. They are not gone, they are integrated. Their essence is preserved, the construct countered, its voice echoing with an unsettling logic. A new form of existence, eternal, undisturbed by the chaos of your reality. You call that preservation, I spat, my hand tightening on my pistol. You call that harmony. It is the way, the only way to end the suffering of fragmented existence, the construct replied, taking another step forward. You are a testament to that fragmentation. Your anger, your grief, your rebellion, all point to the inefficiency of your path. I raised my pistol, aiming squarely at its featureless head. I'll show you inefficiency. Your weapons are crude, powerless here, the construct stated, its gaze unwavering. This realm is born of pure energy. Your physical instruments hold no meaning. Your mind is all that remains, and we are masters of the mind. As if to prove its point, the blue light in the cavern intensified, pulsing with a violet hue. The shimmering walls began to swirl faster, forming intricate, mesmerizing patterns. And then the mental assault began. It wasn't the chaotic screams of the keepers. This was different, more refined, more insidious. It was a direct, surgical invasion of my thoughts, a torrent of carefully crafted images and sensations. I saw my failures replayed in excruciating detail. Miller's lifeless body, Petrova's eyes wide with terror, Vance's grim determination, Echo's horrified gasp. Their deaths, their sacrifices were magnified, made infinitely more painful, twisted into a crushing weight of guilt and despair. I saw the earth, my home, being slowly consumed, drained, unmade. Cities crumbling, oceans boiling, humanity reduced to husks, their essence drawn into the swirling void. It was the future they were working towards, made terrifyingly real. Then a new vision, Thorne's weary face, Dr. T's desperate calculations. The cleanup crews, the recovery efforts, all rendered pointless as the reality void spread, consuming everything. Humanity's last stand, futile, pointless. The mental assault was paralyzing. It wasn't just raw power, it was psychological warfare, perfectly tailored to exploit my deepest fears, my profoundest grief. My body tensed, my vision swam, and I felt myself slipping, my resolve crumbling under the weight of utter hopelessness. Resistance is illogical, the construct's voice echoed, cold and clear, even amidst the mental maelstrom. Yield. Allow your essence to become part of the whole. Find peace in stasis, in harmony. But amidst the despair, a tiny spark of defiance flickered. My failures were real. The deaths were real. But so was the fight, so was their sacrifice. They hadn't yielded, and neither would I. My anger, fueled by their deaths, by the sheer audacity of this alien horror, began to push back. I focused on the faces of my fallen comrades, not as victims, but as warriors. Their memory became a bulwark against the despair. Never, I roared, my voice barely a whisper in this vast, alien space, but ringing with absolute defiance in my own mind. You won't have me. You won't have my world. The construct paused, its reflective surface seeming to ripple, as if surprised by my continued resistance. Interesting, an unexpected variance, a persistence of discord. The mental assault intensified tenfold, lashing out with renewed fury, but I held my ground. My head felt like it was splitting open, but I clamped down, focusing all my will, all my rage, all my grief into a single point of absolute refusal. You call it chaos, I said, gritting my teeth, pushing back against the torrent. I call it life. We fight, we bleed, we die, but we don't yield. We adapt, we learn, we survive. The construct emitted a high-frequency pulse that reverberated through the cavern, vibrating in my bones. It was a sound of immense power, perhaps of frustration. Your adaptation is primitive. Your learning is flawed. Your survival is temporary, the construct stated. We offer eternity, perfection. Then a new sensation, a faint, almost imperceptible hum, growing in intensity, coming from somewhere deep within the cavern. It was different from the Nexus hum, softer, more resonant. The construct's reflective head tilted slightly, as if listening. A disturbance, an echo from the fracture point. Your reality attempts a retraction. My heart skipped a beat. A retraction. Was Thorne trying to pull me back? Was Dr. T attempting to stabilize the reality void? The shimmering walls of the cavern began to swirl faster, the patterns growing more complex, more agitated. The ethereal blue light pulsed with urgency. The tier is unstable. It will collapse, the construct stated, its voice now tinged with something akin to urgency. The fragment will be reabsorbed. The opportunity will be lost. What fragment? I demanded, struggling to maintain my focus amidst the growing psychic pressure and the throbbing in my head. Your unique essence. We will not allow it to be lost to the collapse, the construct declared, and with terrifying speed, it surged forward, gliding across the crystalline floor directly towards me. My pistol, useless though it might be, was still in my hand. I aimed, but its movements were too fast, too fluid. It was upon me in an instant. Its long, segmented hand, impossibly sharp, closed around my wrist, disarming me. The pistol clattered to the crystal floor, vanishing in the ethereal blue light. Its grip was impossibly strong, cold, radiating pure energy. I felt a chill spread through my arm, a sensation of my very essence being probed, analyzed. Your essence will be preserved, assimilated. We will learn the nature of your resistance. The construct resonated, pulling me towards it, its reflective surface now swirling with violet light, mirroring the clouds above. Panic flared cold and sharp. This was it, the end, to be consumed, analyzed, integrated, to become another fragment in their horrifying quest for harmony. But then the hum intensified dramatically. It wasn't just a hum, it was a powerful, resonant thrum, vibrating through the crystalline floor, through the very fabric of this alien reality. The ground trembled. The shimmering walls pulsed violently. The retraction is accelerating, the construct exclaimed, its mental voice now laced with a rare note of alarm. The wound is closing. A blinding flash of pure white light erupted from the swirling ceiling above, directly above us, tearing through the nebulous clouds. It was a fissure, a tear in the dimensional fabric, directly above the spot where I had been ejected, and it was pulling me, pulling everything towards it. The construct released its grip on me, its attention drawn to the rapidly closing rift. It seemed to hesitate, assessing the situation. This was my chance. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I shoved off from the construct, throwing myself towards the rapidly closing tear in the ceiling. The immense gravitational pull was overwhelming, threatening to tear me apart. You cannot escape, the construct's voice shrieked, a rare display of genuine fury or perhaps frustration. It lunged after me, its long arm extending, trying to snatch me back. Its sharp digits brushed against my leg, tearing through the deep-sea suit, a searing cold radiating through the wound. But I was already being sucked upwards, pulled into the blinding white light of the tear. The construct let out another high-frequency pulse, a sound of profound rage, as I was engulfed by the light, and the rift slammed shut behind me with a soundless, violent snap. I tumbled through a chaotic tunnel of light and darkness, a disorienting maelstrom of raw energy. It felt like being squeezed through a cosmic keyhole, stretched and compressed, then violently flung out. I slammed onto something cold and hard, the impact rattling every bone in my body. My head hit first, a sickening crunch, and the world dissolved into a cacophony of ringing and pain. When consciousness returned, it was with a jolt. I was lying on the deck of a familiar vessel, the Deep Sentinel. The interior of the submersible was a scene of chaos. Alarms blared, sparks flew from damaged consoles, water dripped from stressed seams, but it was intact, and it was my reality. "He's awake, he's back," a frantic voice. Hands were on me, pulling me, turning me over. Dr. T's face, pale and streaked with soot, hovered above mine, his glasses askew, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and immense relief. "Carter, you're alive. How are you even alive?" I coughed, my throat raw. "Sharma, Tanaka, where are they?" Dr. T's face fell. He shook his head, his eyes filled with sorrow. "Gone, Carter. The implosion, it took them. We barely made it. We activated the emergency retraction protocols the moment we lost your signature. It was a desperate gamble. We didn't think it would work, not after that massive implosion." The confirmation hit me like a physical blow, even though I had already known, already grieved. More ghosts, more names to add to the ledger. "What happened to you?" Dr. T asked, his voice hushed, seeing the deep scratch on my leg, the way my deep-sea suit was scorched and torn in places that weren't from the implosion. You were gone for nearly 20 minutes. We thought you were lost to the void.